with the spoon, and your boy fried it the Southern band. Charges on the beat.
The spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision.
Okay, folks, time check here in Liberia. It's exactly 1 minute past 8 p.m. Today is the 27th day of April 2023. You welcome to another edition of your premier nighttime talk show here in Liberia, Spoon Talk. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm here producing. Let me now cross over to James Goodeflomo and Dr. Francine Chinowit Richardson, and the rest of the guys will definitely join on later. Good evening to you, James. How are you?
Good evening, Diamond, and good evening, Liberia. I don't know, maybe the doctor is ready. Let me try to bring her in.
Yeah. Doctor getting set. There she is.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Hello, Doctor. How are you?
It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you as well, ma'am.
Okay, good. Well, we're here again today. Yesterday I was not here, but I heard you guys had a really great show. How's your day going?
Yeah, my day went well. It's after 8 p.m. here, so it's nighttime. So I had a wonderful day. Papa Money us, got there. You was about to say yesterday, I want to hear about now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I should put it in like English, yeah?
Yeah, put it in Korean. I say, I want to hear about now.
So, okay, I want to hear about now.
Yeah.
All right.
Welcome. Yeah.
Okay. So, today what happened? I already busy today. I have plenty to do. So I just came here. I happen to see both of you. I just came here to just see how you're doing today. And for us to tell the news in like brain English so that brain can understand, because y'all know this thing here, the election thing here, we gotta inform the people, we gotta let people know proper, good. How everything going in that it will be doing here today.
Me I let you police business. I allowed to say as it is. Jim said the reason why you all smiles and you all hyped up that because of Yomli letter. That's exactly what he said.
Jim let you police.
Yeah, he said you happy. Yeah.
You let you put it because you're in news business. But Jane, in European country, the people can just be passing by each other. They don't be talking plenty. So, but you lay. So anyway, today, I tire no lie. Like end of semester, you gotta read all the paper, you gotta go to all the meetings. So I just finished doing something, and I just, made way to be here. But today we got plenty to talk about. All of the panelists will be here. That bring people, y'all don't mind. That was like Chiche Pole business. You come and get all the Chiche Pole news today. Even though our news can be the fact. We're not here to, make things big like Jane said, he in the poor white poor country, but he let the poor and Jerry passing by each other. Didn't care about whether you got news or you got news or they just pass by each other. Everybody educated and know how to make informed decisions. We the one who stay struggling here with our little smart thing. So anyway, good damn, let's start with you. Plenty of things go on in the country. Me, I even know, sir. Y'all can have my hair in our country there, I swear. Let's go. Tell us
so thank you, Dr. Richardson. So I want to begin by wishing Lorena Honoree a very happy birthday. Our very own Lorena celebrates another year today.
Supreme, Lady Supreme, right? What's Lorena's?
Yeah, Supreme Lady, that ain't on there. Lady Supreme Lady. Anyway you do it, yeah. That's one Supreme and some lady,
Yes.
Yeah.
My hat goes off to Lady Supreme.
Yeah. So I just came across a bizarre story that was given by our Nimba County contributor, where in the Ganta Magisterial Court on yesterday there was a Mike Tyson Holyfield scenario that was repeated. Yeah, that led to the biting off of a lady's ear, by a defense lawyer. Can you imagine a lawyer who allegedly bite off a plaintiff's ear? And it all happened due to sitting arrangement, according to our Nimba County correspondent, our contributor. The lawyer had allegedly asked the lady to give him chance for his client to sit, and she refused, and it ensued into a verbal altercation that turned ugly, with the lawyer biting a lady's ear and a lady biting the lawyer in his chest. And all sorts of things happened yesterday in Ganta City at the magisterial court. So now I think people have to start wearing mouth guard, when you go into the court and stuff like that. Actually, are you a biter?
Something wrong. You let you just put it other way, it beyond a pass ma.
Now the kind of story that I can interest me in Dr. Richardson. Yeah.
Mike Tyson,
Anyway.
It's been so long since I heard about Mike Tyson biting story, so you just brought back memory.
Yeah, they decided to replay, do a Mike Tyson and Holyfield situation there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was also saddened by the news today of the passing of Jerry Springer. I was an ardent follower of the Jerry Springer show. I just loved it for all of the bizarre things that used to happen there. Some of those stories were not real, but he brought a new meaning to television, even when he hosted America Got Talent. He died at the age of 79.
Wow.
In his Chicago, Illinois home today. So,
their life, this life, live life.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta do everything today, everything that you gotta do, make peace, make friends, love each other, cherish every moment.
Yeah. So the Liberia Football Association, the LFA, on tomorrow will be dedicating its new headquarters, ultra modern $1.5 million headquarters that was funded through a FIFA grant. For the first time since 1936, we'll have our LFA being housed in its own headquarters, and that's a good thing. The president on tomorrow will be dedicating and opening that particular facility. It's located along the SKD Boulevard in the Swagamo community. So we'd love to say thank you. Yeah.
Let me interrupt you a bit. Please make it clear that CDC people now know nothing about people money before they consider achievement for
job. But a FIFA grant, I just said it. It was a FIFA grant.
When you see grant, they will not understand. Some people will
not
understand.
FIFA get the money to Liberia through the LFA, Football Association, and say be headquarters for yourself.
So good day. The church police you want to run, you trying to say that CDC, nothing. They made no
contribution. They get nothing to do with people money before they can say that job. We are not build Football Association.
Yeah,
they say that he won't work best yesterday. He finished, and we told you he would change football in Liberia. You all see the new building that he not built. That not job. We have money. He not know about it. He did not negotiate it.
Thank you, Dan. Good day.
So the debate is whether or not the building is actually worth $1.5 million. It's a 3-story building, that will also house a conference center and all of that. So it's a $1.5 million United States dollars building. Yeah. All right. So I've been hinted, Dr. Richardson.
Tom, you seen the building before? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the picture. James can share the picture with you as well.
Okay, when time can James can share, because we want to just make sure we know what we get in our country.
Yeah. So quickly, let me just wrap up, Dr. Richardson. The whole issue of VP Bwaka announcing his running mate tomorrow, whether it was meant to be a glue or a wedge, we're seeing that different angles are being derived from this. We see the Liberty Party political leader, though the Musa Bilete says the Liberty Party doesn't have a political leader, that position has expired, but Senator Yombli Kanga Lawrence, released a statement. And I've also been given a hint and seen on other platforms that the ALP is also said to allegedly be distancing itself from the announcement ceremony tomorrow. That is yet to be seen who will be attending. But in all of that, the Unity Party is set to release or put out to the public 15 new pickup trucks tomorrow, that they're ready and serious for business. I know you will say Mr. Cummings released his vehicles a long time ago.
Why they getting money from the buy 15?
They will be, according to sources, they will be.
Yesterday in Tapia, you want to ask Tapia where they got money from the buy the car.
Yeah, that one you can call him to say it, but I'm just saying what I've been hinted by some sources.
So they're releasing new car tomorrow,
yeah. 15 out of 26.
Yeah.
I've been
told that money.
15 out of what?
26. That's what I've been told.
It will start with 15 first, then 26, then the other the balance coming.
Those vehicles are supposed to be 26 pieces, and they'll be putting out 15 tomorrow, and then the rest of the 11 will be, released systematically. So the Unity Party is saying that they are for business, but you read Senator Kanga Lawrence's statement that they'll put country first, and something clinched my attention that the real change is she,
And
or
now
was
who can say the real change?
was she
Who can say
indirectly
the real
referring
change?
to switching to Mr. Cummings' side, by saying the real change?
Cheche pull it at work.
So
Cheche pull it at work.
yeah.
Go ahead, speak, Diamond, speak.
No, that because I have a real change. So arrest
Because we
right
know
now.
in Liberia, President Weah will tell you, change for hope.
Yeah.
VP Baka will say, love Liberia, think Liberia,
whatever.
and build Liberia. And
Yeah.
Mr. Cummings will tell you, real change is what? Can
That
somebody
already
end it for me?
It's coming.
So what up, Senator Lawrence, in her statement saying real change and putting country above individual interests and loyalty to individual, whether or not that has hinted that the Liberty Party will be, healing whatever wounds they have, and officially as one party, not as a fragmented or faction, go behind Mr. Cummings, and Madam Lawrence can be then appointed or selected as the vice standard bearer. A lot of political permutations are playing in the background, James. Yeah. And I got another information that while in Grand Bassa, the president supposedly and allegedly told traditional leaders that even if he doesn't win the election, Wesonga Milton Finlay cannot become senator of Grand Bassa County.
What's going on between the two people here?
So what happened to the former buddies? I remember during the senatorial election, the last senatorial election that we had, the president was in Grand Bassa. I was there, and he raised the hands of Mr. Finlay and asked the Bassa people to vote for him, but that didn't work, But now, supposedly and allegedly, the president told traditional leaders in their meeting that if he can lose anything, even the presidency, Mr. Finlay cannot become senator of Grand Bassa County.
That festation, and I cocoa festation.
Former senatorial bodies, what's happening? Yeah. So
Diamond, that festation and that cocoa festation, we felt somebody that the tenant say, even if I lose, you'll not win. Then that's small festation.
Supposedly and allegedly, we're told by sources who were in that meeting. So,
in Colloquia, got supposedly and allegedly in
Liberia, how we used to, when I was a little boy in Gizuboiga, back in Lovakante, I had a festation. If I'm not eating that food, you will not eat it. I'll waste it.
Look at trouble.
Oh, look at, I used to step in the rest, and my mother used to deal with me.
You know something?
Then what become of you now? You remain hungry.
Yeah, that you know suffering.
My plan is you should not eat.
You know something? You know how that behavior can manifest in this world here? After when I came to the United States, I started playing basketball in Liberia. So when I came here, I continued. So after each game, whether you win or lose, you gotta go and shake the opponent's hand.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you gotta have that attitude that if I win, nobody else will win? How you go shake your friend's hand? So you see how the people can start modeling that it's okay. Competition is okay. Someday you win, someday you lose, but you learn from winning and losing at the same time. So yeah, see, because imagine Jeans, somebody like Jeans when you're playing basketball or field hockey, the games that I used to play. How you gonna just shake the training hand after you say, the food I want to eat, I want to play, I want to do this. Imagine person, we have said, oh yeah, you are gonna say, if I didn't win, nobody else will win.
Okay.
Go ahead. And let's welcome our Honorable Fagon to the show. Mr. Fagon, you're in rare today. Not you say with your Liberian lapel on you.
Pasa Chapi. Pasa get it down.
Look at you. I'm too tired today. I'm so big up.
Pasa Chapi.
Pasa Chapi where?
In Liberia.
And we arrived in Monrovia on bus trip.
She is bad.
In the morning.
She is too bad.
Pasa Chapi.
Pasa where? Hey, you like busted, man? Here, watch out. Oh, you say you bound?
You bringing my Pasa Chapi.
Pasa where, job where? You go by yourself.
Now what happened? We'll read that letter here today. That letter
This
was
is how it
step by
starts.
step.
This is the beginning, right? You hold your partner hands like this when you guys are moving, and
That
she's
love?
fighting hard to leave. She's moving her hand like this, telling you,
your
leave me,
partner.
leave me, leave me. And this is how it is now. Let's
Your
see where it
partner.
is going to be.
Your partner. Your partner, eh? You know what
Three
a
for
partner
your
is?
part.
Your partner.
This is
conductor.
where it is now. Let's see what's going to happen.
The
And
inch of
she's
the tree is rattling. The inch of the tree rattling. Go ahead, shoot.
she's fighting now to take him out.
I'm happy Diamond looking at you. Let me make this statement. James Kude, what was the mission?
Mission on
You're
what?
an ANC person, you hold your jaw like that.
Oh, so that ANC people can hold that job.
They quit. How did they learn it from in their classroom in America to hold a jaw like that so the teacher can say, baby, what's going on? But in that, bro, you hold your jaw like that. That fufu stay coming for you. And the difference between the two sides. But I ask you, what was the mission?
Mission on what?
What mission? And Damo, correct me if I'm wrong. Only if I'm wrong, you should correct me. The mission was to rescue Liberia and not to pick a vice president, a presidential candidate. So we are focused on the mission. What is the mission again, James?
How you rescue Liberia? Then you picking candidates that we don't even know anything about what they have contributed to Liberia. That's my own problem.
You have problem from day one. So
No.
They want not your problem. What is the mission? When we define the mission, then we will determine what we need to do. What is the mission?
So up to this time, you didn't know the mission for
I'm
how
telling you the mission, and you tell me about partner, the partner hands sleeping, they came to America.
So you can
But this is how it was. It was like this. But now the hand has come here.
Now who here was
so in this world that we live in, we do multiple things at one time. It's called multitasking. So you're only focusing on selecting vice president. Then when you're finished with that one, then we'll know what the mission for Liberia is.
We focus on rescuing the country. But y'all want win election, y'all want go one day. If you go on Broad Street and they say ANC, say, oh, that we're gonna be talking about good governance, or even winning here. One day y'all talking about good governance.
Y'all don't want to spoil Liberia people. Every day y'all talking about winning. They like bring that will win, but we ain't like seeing where when George we are talking talking about winning. And what happened? You don't see what we have right now in our country. 6 years later, we win one thing yet. We win good roads, we win good laws, we win good school, we win nothing yet. Go ahead, good got news for us before you come with your pom pom.
Then the CDC people rented all the PP buses. The person will walk. The person will. Hey, I got breaking news for you. I got something to take gossip for you that are fancy.
Tell me, I lay on me.
I will lay.
No. Listen. We were advised that Richardson tonight. She's in her office. Abraham need her right now. Dr. Richardson, you have the day off. Today, tomorrow, and Saturday.
Look at the way she looks.
We will give you 3 days off.
So you can come to Ochi. I will post on your camera.
We will give you 3 days off.
Thank you very much.
We will give you 3 days off with pay. Full pay.
And we
ask you
for your hotel and vacation.
And we will arrange a special. Listen, folks.
Somebody
I will announce on the show today. I will announce on the show today, folks. I will announce on the show today that Richardson will not be on the show on Friday.
You
will not be on the show on Saturday.
I
will not be on the show on Monday. I will announce that Richardson will have Friday.
Somebody gotta ruin this party.
Saturday. Seriously, folks, I will consider her to be on Friday, okay? But Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I gave her 3 days off. I will give her a 3 days vacation with Mr. Abraham Richardson. 3 days vacation.
You won't go on vacation, you will force yourself.
I was still
Mr. Richardson cannot be on the show.
Ask Stanton, the man called Stanton and said, Stanton, I really
need to rest. He did. He said this is so. He did. But folks, let's say something good. We happy to have you. if we happen to have you, we're going to be having the former defense minister, the Senate-elect, which was removed from his position, Brian Samukai. We're going to be having Senator Prince Moyi. We're going to be having Senator Prince Moyi from Bong County. We're going to be having Representative Clarence Massaquoi from Lofa County. We will be also joined by the former Secretary General Mo Ali. We want to say to every one of you, Spoon Talk tonight will be different. We're going to act like CNN. We will behave in some kind of different way. We will call you, you make your point, you show your face, you go. We're not here for no tabata. If you want vacation, take your vacation now. So even Dama Slanger, you want vacation? I give you 2 days vacation, Dama. You must contribute to that, Dama. The momentum has started.
Dama, you can't say nothing until you want to say.
I said Dama when I said nothing. Oh God, what kind of show is
this? We will say,
we go for vacation with you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, me and you we had a sweater party.
You hear America, they say
your first vacation.
Yeah.
Dama, don't worry. There's someone you coming to America. I talk with McCarthy already. McCarthy, you coming?
When you can put Dama on the train and cross the Atlantic
on BBC again today or not easy.
No, I ain't said a hand slipping. Keep your hand to your jaw.
The train can cross the Atlantic Ocean.
Folks, listen. When I said it, if I'm going to say I was kidding, we want to announce I have the former defense minister for 12 years under Madam Salif government. For 12 years, Minister Samukai, who ran in Lofa County, the man that know how to make things different in Lofa. The man that visited every town and every little mini hole. The man that won in Lofa County, this man. He's just going to say hi to you when you will be back. Because when I said this, if I go say, man, are you sure? We will be having the former defense minister, Samukai. We will be having Senator Prince Moyi, the man that said he would beat CDC in Bong County. The man that said he would beat CDC and he dared Jua Howard Taylor to put forth in Bong County. We will be having Clarence Massaquoi. You understand Clarence Massaquoi is a young man. He's doing a lot of great things in Lofa County. We will have Representative Massaquoi. If I'm going to say you're going to bring in Alaric Topa, folks, so please adjust your TV, your radio, whatever you in front. Don't listen to James Goudet. Forgive him. The Bible says we should forgive one another. Give him some, show him some mercy. Forgive
Jesus
him
said,
and
forgive them, for they know not what they
not
are
what
doing.
they do, but forgive them 70 times 7, which is 490 times. So, James, this is my 32 times forgiving you. I still get more to go with you.
Me not 496.
But Minister Samukai, welcome to the show. I would like you to say, we'll welcome them. He's just going to greet you guys, and we'll call him back. I told him by 9:45 or 9:30 we'll get to him. Minister Samukai, can you hear us?
Yes, indeed, I can hear you. Thank you for having me on the show today, CEO.
What's going on? You know, I just like to jump into this thing. We are not people that say we'll wait for the numbers to grow. People are coming in. Let's jump in it. What's going on tomorrow? The whole country is about to have an extraordinary holiday. And this holiday was declared not by the former vice president, even George Manawia is declaring this thing a holiday tomorrow. What's going on? Where are you? What kind of mojo are you in right now?
There have been a broad anticipation of the nomination announcement of whom His Excellency Honorable Joseph Nyumabaka will select as his running mate. And I think that for the past several months there have been a series of consultation that has been taking place, and I think it's leading to a climax tomorrow for the long-awaited announcement to be made of who's the running mate to the former vice president. It is that level of anticipation, that level of eagerness, that level of desire to see what kind of team the former vice president is putting together that get everyone so anticipated, so hyper to see it, because I think they want to see something different. And it is that difference for which they want to be a part, and that is why the anticipation is there tomorrow. So everybody's looking forward to what's going to happen tomorrow.
A lot of folks were on this train. We are hearing some mixed information coming up. Are you on this train?
Well, indeed, yes. I've been with Uncle Joe since the 2017 election. I was, in fact, the first and only person who actually made a public announcement supporting him, supporting his candidacy, and I've stood by him all these years. And I'm part of the team. Definitely will continue to stand by him. And I think it's been a very, very long road of work, a long road of hard work, a long road of consultations. Yes, there's a certain time everybody expected him to have made a statement, but he will stay consulting. There's a certain time that people expect him to have made a nomination, but he will stay consulting. And it is the depth of his consultation and from the bottom of his heart that he believes that whatever decision he chooses to as a God-fearing man, that decision will reflect the aspiration of not only his generation, not only my generation, but also the younger generation that is out there, and a mix of everyone, male, female, boys and girls, young and old, from all spectrum of life in our country will see themselves represented in whoever his choice will be.
So my last question before I bring it on over Fagon, Dr. Richardson, and the guys in studio that produce it, probably they have questions for you. I know you are traveling. I don't know where you're traveling. You're a security man. I'm not going to disclose where you're traveling to or where you're traveling from, but you are traveling, and this is very surprising. The announcement will be made tomorrow, and you're traveling today. Honorable Samukai, we heard names. Yumli Kanga Lawrence, Jeremiah Cone, and the rest of them. Does it matter who JMB take? Would that change your perception? Would that change your support?
No. It will not change my support, because one has to understand that the choice of a running mate, the choice of a vice senator, or the choice of a vice president is a choice of the depth of the thinking of the individual who made the choice. Secondly, it reflects the individual desire to have someone that he can coexist with within a working environment, that someone he can rely upon, somebody he can trust. And I can tell you all the names you call. The Honorable Senator Kanga, a very excellent, astute politician. Whether it is Jeremiah Cohen, a very young businessman who was very successful and became a very successful politician. Our man Henry Kosa, a gentleman I'm very proud of, someone who, with all of the challenges he faced as a young man and aging, went back to school and completed his studies in the most pronounced way. I'm very proud of such a young person, somebody who has a future. I believe not necessarily today or tomorrow, but he has a future in our country in the political direction in which the country is going to take. I have a great deal of respect for him. Gonglo, who all people were considering a great lawyer, renowned lawyer. So any and all of these individuals are individuals of prominence that could have occupied this position. But indeed, at the end of the day, only one person has to be chosen. And this is the reason why I believe that all of us who are Liberians, from all persuasions, and particularly those with whom the old man, Uncle Joe Baka, had consulted, you should see what's going to happen. That in this kind of spectrum, only one person can sit. It is that uneasiness that brought us into conflict in the 1970s, and the 1980s, and the 1990s, because everyone felt that they want to be in the same position. Let us brace ourselves for the future. Even if we are not chosen tomorrow, that is not the end of our political career. Let us demonstrate maturity. You saw what happened to me. You saw that I went into election in 2020 and spent my tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. In the seat, I won the seat overwhelmingly. They took the seat from me. Everybody thought my life would have ended. It did not, because I believe there is a future. I believe that whatever God has for you, that you believe in God, you should trust and have faith in the future. I believe in the future. And I want to tell my brothers and sisters, what is Her Excellency the Madame Nyombi Kanga, what is Jeremiah Cohn, whether it is Henry Costa, what is Tiawan Gonglo, what is Brother Benina Ure, all of these people have a future in our country. All of them. Tomorrow is not the end. That does not break things apart simply because this time around the individual may not have chosen you. That is not the end. As a matter of fact, it is the better time to demonstrate political maturity. It is the better time to demonstrate to the young people that as eager as you are, you will not throw everything away. So that is my anticipation for tomorrow, that whatever the old man does, whatever His Excellency Joseph Nimba does tomorrow, and whoever he chooses, give him the support. And let us make sure that your support was not superficial, that your support was not selfish, that your support was not self-centered, that in fact, whatever he chooses in the best interest of our country, that choice should stand. Look at Henry Costa, a very brilliant young man, somebody who rose up from the edges of the challenges we're facing in the early 2000s to where he is today. A very excellent man. That gentleman has a future in our country. And I just pray and hope that he will allow himself to walk into that future with pride and dignity. Let him keep his face up. He been mentored properly after the young man coming up with Brother Benedict Yuri. A very excellent young man, somebody who I know. He and I almost have the same temperament. You know, sometimes we get a little bit angry, but in the end, we sober and then we allow that reflection to take place and we exercise leadership. I like his voice. When Benedict Yuri speaks, it sounds like a military man speaking. So such a person one would expect that we all will go along, even to allow ourselves to take a deep breath if we are not chosen tomorrow. But let us demonstrate maturity. My sister, my brother, Jeremiah Kuhn, if he's not chosen tomorrow, it's not the end of his choice. It's not the end of his political career. There is a future.
We want to say, Minister Samukai, we have a list of folks that we'll be talking to, but I have to bring in the rest of the team. You know, I'm visiting the show in a few days. My visitation will end tomorrow, but we want to bring in the rest of the guys. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson, who you know, Eugene Fagon, Salamatu, Leo, Mo Ali, and the rest of them, because we'll be calling Clarence Massaquet, the representative. We'll also be calling Prince Moyi from Bong County. I beg you to please be patient with us. Dr. Richardson, the program tomorrow, Minister Samukai.
Thank you for appearing on Spoon, Mr. Samukai. My question to you is about leadership. You seem to be calling a clarion call for people to join the GMB team as if there are some conflicts in the team right now. How do you make sense of the type of leadership that Vice President Bokka exhibits, that here it is, he is about to announce his vice president, and all these splinter groups are talking about how they are disapproving of who he is going to select. And here you are now in the role of calling for some kind of unity. How do you make sense of leadership and this clarion call that you're making?
You know, as a military person, as a military officer, you are trained that in the first 3 to 6 seconds of battle, when the bullets and bombs and everything are flying, that is where you rise up and exercise leadership to move your men to charge, defend themselves, maneuver to face the enemy. Look at life, where there's no bullet flying. There's always going to be a tomorrow. This is not the end. I'm not saying that there's confusion. I'm simply saying the anticipation means there's only one person to be taken. There'll be many other persons who may not be taken. They'll be dissatisfied. They will feel that they should have been chosen. I am anticipating that when such a situation happens tomorrow, I am asking them to please demonstrate political maturity. Demonstrate an understanding that the individual only has a choice to make. He doesn't have several choices to make. It's not a consensus appointment. It's not an appointment or a nomination that you need some kind of confirmation process. I think the consultation was fair enough to show that there is a future for all of us. There can only be one president, and there can only be one vice president at a time. We should not throw everything away simply because it didn't work for us this particular point in time. You know, I have said on the Spoon Show, I've said it multiple times, that I ascribe and subscribe to a united opposition. I wish we were in the same situation of 2019 and 2020. I wish it was the situation in which we had one single unified opposition called CPP. And I wish at that time the decision would have been taken and a team would have been formed. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. All of us have gone our separate ways. And I admire greatly the opposition. Mr. Cummings, very excellent, very decent individual who has the acumen and the skills to become a leader. But everybody has to make a choice. When you go to vote, you can't choose 2 presidents. You can only choose one. when you go to select a vice president, you can only choose one. You can't choose two. So that is what I am preempting that when such a circumstance occurs, that is where we as politicians, individuals who consider themselves leaders, need to demonstrate maturity to your citizens, not to demonstrate emotions. Your disappointment may not necessarily mean that everything has fallen apart. When you drop $100 bill on water side and a man who been begging in the street find $100, what are you going to say? You're going to hit God for that? No. The other man is happy that he found $100. You are sad because you lost $100, but that doesn't mean you will end your life. There is a future. That is what I'm talking about, Dr. Richardson. That is what I'm hoping. I'm not saying there's confusion. There's an anticipation. Even you know that not everybody will be satisfied tomorrow. If you have a 5-panel show and you got 7 persons to pick from, you wouldn't have to take 5. It doesn't mean the other 2 are not qualified. It simply means that the 5 you have chosen is your choice as the person making the decision. So that's what I'm talking about. Look, I trust all of the individuals, Uncle Boy got consulted with. I've met them. I have known them. They know me. They know where I stand on specific issue. I appreciate them. And if any one of them have been chosen, I'll be satisfied.
Thank you very much, Legato Eugene Lamin Fagon. You are muted. Minister Fagon, you're muted.
Good evening, Honorable Bernie J. Samukai. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for having me today.
Awesome, awesome. I don't have a question for you. I just want to inform you that you will be sitting to the far left of the president's row, the incoming president, Honorable Joseph Boakai, on the train. That is 3 rows down from him. I just want to inform you to take the appropriate seat. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Eugene. Let me bring in. I want to keep Mo Ali because he's from Unity Party. I want to keep him for last on this. Leo, Mr. Johnson, we have Minister Samukai, sir.
Thank you very much, and great to hear your voice, Minister Samukai. Greetings from my end here, greetings to everyone.
Thank you.
I really love the analogy that you made with the example. I mean, giving your background with the military. Fortunately, this is not the military, so we're not dodging bullets and the bombs are not flying. We're in the political arena, but you can also equivocate that. My question is, I hear you calling on politicians and those involved to exercise maturity and be mature and go at this in a different way. I'm just wondering, how come we did not see this type of zest and call for utmost maturity when the CPP were collapsing and people were insulting and denigrating each other? Cummins was being called gay up till now. Surrogates very close to the VP and to Cummins as well are still out there lashing at each other, and we see them very close to these people. I'm wondering, do you think it would have been great to have this call long time, 2 years ago, to avoid the catastrophe that we have before us now in our position?
Well, it would have even been better if Spoon TV was existing at that time to have called me. I would have responded. But let me answer your question this way. If you ask Mr. Cummins, I've been in touch with him.
We were existing, by the way.
Discussing with him. I come in now. I say, if you had called me, I'm going to respond. You did not. So I chose the avenue that I thought reasonable to me, in which I went and visited Uncle Joe Buck. I spoke to him about it. I met Brother Ben Laire. I spoke to him about it. I met Brother Cummins multiple times, and I spoke to him about it. You can see, and not only I alone, there were many others who made that effort. In fact, when I would call on Spoon Television, you go back to your recording, I said I subscribe to United Opposition. As a matter of fact, I just repeated that statement at the beginning of my appearance today, that I subscribe to United Opposition, and I wish that the situation in 2019, and 2020 would have been the same as today, in which they would have decided there and then the tickets of the time. And I told you also that I believe Mr. Cummins is a very capable individual who could become a leader of our country, who can become president of our country. I have no doubt in my mind of what is capable of doing. But you can't support 2 presidents. You have to support one. So my choice doesn't mean I don't support Mr. Cummins. No, I will share my view with him any day. Anytime he asks for my view, my opinion, I will share because he's a Liberian. He's a potential person that could become president of our country. So similarly with Uncle Joe, similarly with Benana Yuri, similarly with Senator Nyomli Kanga, similarly with Uncle Joe Baga, similarly with Jeremiah Cohn, one has to make a choice. That is what I'm saying. In leadership, you have to learn how to make a choice. There are choices that are made on the order of merit. There are choices that are made on the best presentation of your program. In this particular context, what do you believe is the basis upon which the majority population will be voting upon? Do you believe the population maneuver is voting upon issues? issues of economic constraint or issues that affect individual pockets. I believe there are issues that affect individual pockets. So I am saying to you that yes, I have been in the foreground. I would say talking to politicians about trying to unite and maintain the opposition. Unfortunately, it did not. It did not survive, and I hope it is not the end, because strategically there are strategies one can employ even under the present circumstance that can say allow for the opposition to be stronger and they can determine what the future will be. There is still an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Samukai. Let me bring in Mo Ali. Sorry, our sister just went off because of connectivity, Salamatu. But I'm going to bring in the former Secretary General of Unity Party, Mohammed Ali. Mo.
Thank you, CEO. It's been a very long time. And I want to say good evening to everyone here. I see Leo, Dr. Chinowith, Richardson, and Honorable Eugene Fagon. I'm happy to be back here again, and at least we can have a chat tonight.
What kept you so long?
You have Honorable Samukai. You want a question and a comment before you leave?
No, so the object of my appearance tonight is to give some information relative to the program tomorrow, when JNB will be naming his rescue tool. And I am sure Honorable Samukai is speaking in similar direction. And I wouldn't want to be distracted with things that are happening in the past about why the CPP did not survive, why the CPP survived. I believe we've gone past that. And as opposition, there is still opportunity for us to collaborate on many fronts. There were some collaborations even during the voter registration where we all gathered at at registration centers to ensure that the proper things were done. And I'm sure we can still collaborate during the election period where we can have, pool washers at every site where we can wash each other back to ensure that the elections will be fair, that the results as the people vote will be pronounced by the NEC. So there are many opportunities for us to collaborate, and we can keep going back to, you're in the CPP, you're causing each other. We've gone past the CPP more than 1 year now, and we are moving forward with men fences, and it's okay that we will test the waters, and the democratic process will prevail.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, my son is offering me some McDonald's, but I want to say thank you very much, Mo Ali. Honorable Samukai, you're about to leave. I know you're on the road, you're busy. We're glad to have you like always. I hope you can appear whenever you arrive where you are going, but talk to us before you leave. Do you have anything else to say?
I think the couple of things I just wanted to make mention is to appreciate all of those who held consultations with Honorable Joseph Nyuma-Bwakai, particularly people who are working along with him over the years, including Honorable Benin Ayure, a very strong supporter of the old man, someone who also supported us in our efforts. I appreciate him for his work, and I believe that there's a future for all of us who continue to work. We may not be pleased with everything, but I definitely hope that the kind of influence he has and the contacts he has, that he'll continue to play a meaningful role politically in our country. And to also my dear friend and brother Costa, I will hope that Costa will continue his march, being one of the toughest political commentators in our country, somebody who is helping to awaken the political conscience. My sister, Nyombi Kanga, somebody who I love dearly, somebody who together we won the elections in 2020. I'm a gatekeeper, so I'll make sure I'll keep that gate all the time. I trust her judgment. I saw the effort that she made tremendously. Everything is done for Nimba County as well. Tiawan Gonglo. So I'm saying it to tell you that I'm a librarian who has confidence that our future will not end tomorrow. Our future is always going to be there. We just need to work hard to prepare for it.
Real quick before you leave, the folks want me to ask you the last question, Minister Samukai. Who do you think JMB going to select tomorrow? Who would be his VP? I know you won't answer.
Well, I wish I was in a position to know and to say, because he's the only one that has what's in his mind. I'm aware of the consultation. I must admit to you. I'm aware of the consultation. I'm aware of the individuals that were being consulted, but the final decision is actually his. And that is why I'm appealing and asking everyone that at the end of the day, see where we stand. What is the overall objective for which all of these efforts have been made? The overall objective was not to be vice president or not to necessarily be on the ticket. The objective was for the opposition to win, for Joe Barker to become the next president. For
Thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I've just been informed that there are issues in Foya district, particularly in the Roncalli and the Tenya belts of the three sections of Foya. You have the Roncalli, you have WAM and the Tenya. In the one belt that support one certain candidate, the registration process is going on smoothly. In the Tenya and the Roncalli, there are problems, continuous problems over and over. The machines are breaking down. The ID cards are finished. There's no this. The internet is not working. The people are not coming to work early. They're leaving soon. There's a lot of problems. It's going to explode. Somebody got to pay attention. Somebody has to pay attention from the information that I have. It's going smoothly in one end. It's going difficult in another end. So I hope the election commission and people who are monitoring the elections can go and find out what's happening out there in Foya, Lofa County.
Thank you very much, the Honorable former Defense Minister for 12 years. Sorry we couldn't get to the retired Colonel Eddie Ramigray and Sada Matthew, but want to say thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon, sir. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Guys, this is big. We have Representative Clarence Masakwa coming up. We have Senator Prince Moyi coming up. Alaric Tugba will be speaking. We're glad to have Mo Ali, former Secretary General. I know it won't be rough tonight. I will sit back and enjoy the discussion. I want to start with Fagon. Minister Fagon, former Defense Minister for 12 years, owner of UP government, Madam Salif. She refused to replace him. She refused to retire him. She refused to let him go. He's now saying, I'm supporting Joseph Yiman Bwaka, former vice president. And he also saying, I should encourage those folks that are leaving. If you are not choosing, you are still part of the team. I want you to speak. Then I'm going to go to Mo Ali, and I will bring in the rest of the guys. Honorable Fagon, what are we seeing tomorrow? It's not the end of the road. It's not the end of the road. It's just the beginning of a new Liberia, or new down. Talk to me, Fagon.
Well, thank you, CEO. And let's be clear from the beginning.
Not the CEO, Manatiti is the CEO. Let's get it right, sir.
Papa, the train knows it. So anything I say going on, it going because the train knows it. But let's be clear. If you look at Nyombi Kanga statement, she's very clear that she was invited on the 25th of April. She was told by Honorable Barkai that he's picking somebody, but she put in her statement that the person will be outside of the Liberty Party. But if you note, she called on all her partisans to remain calm as they are carrying out a process of consultation as to the way forward. That is quite different from saying, I'm not going there tomorrow, I'm not part of JMB, I'm not even supporting him. No. According to her, I'm quoting her, it's part of the democratic process to inform your partisans as to what happened. And she did just that, that they will be consulting from the diaspora, from the party, and the statement was put up in her capacity as head of the Liberty Party because it's clearly spelled there. Okay? Now, you're talking about all the other people that come in. I sent a Larry number. Prince Johnson just informed me that he has arrived in Monrovia and is ready for tomorrow. And if you call yourself man, you should call all the people who are calling him. You will see what put teeth in chicken mouth.
No, he's on the list. Thank you. He's on the list. The former The senator is on the list.
10 seconds by saying to you,
yes,
the train is leaving Habel tonight at midnight. It will arrive in Monrovia in front of the Ministry of Finance at 5 a.m. We asked if the area will be properly secure for the train to disembark its passengers. And we were informed that the finance minister is still in the Ivory Coast and that people should not look forward to taking pay until around May 12th if they're able to secure a deal. So the train will be packed. The train is there. The momentum has built up. No T-shirts in town. As a matter of fact,
let me hold you right there because I don't want you to say that. Mo Ali, we are receiving information. No T-shirt. People are printing the T-shirt. Is that true? Talk to me from your corner. Before I bring in the rest of the guys, from your corner, tell me what's happening. The groundwork of Unity Party Mo. You have the flow.
So I can tell you, officially, the party did not print T-shirts. What we did, we put a printing machine at the party's headquarters.
Yes.
And people carry their T-shirts. They pay $100 Liberian. They get printed. But there are also other business people who are making business out of T-shirts. They print them and they sell them $500, $5, $10 US, depending on the quality. Today, I collected like money from 6 persons because they were demanding they wanted quality T-shirt. So they gave me $60 and I bought their T-shirts and gave it to them. So yes, people are buying T-shirts. People are printing their own T-shirts. And any way they can be identified tomorrow with the Unity Party and Ambassador Boakai, they are doing that. We are also calling on people tomorrow, just wear your green T-shirt and come out. That is the dominant color of the Unity Party. So we want to make it a green day. So if you don't have a green T-shirt, you can wear a white T-shirt. So those will be the dominant colors tomorrow. People are very enthusiastic about this. You are right, they are printing their own T-shirts, and there are printing press all over the place where people are carrying their T-shirts and printing them for the occasion tomorrow.
What time is the occasion? What are we looking at? Then I'm going to bring in Dr. Richardson. What time?
So here is a lineup of the event.
System look like? I mean, give us something.
So here is a lineup of the events tomorrow. Tomorrow, first thing in the late morning hours, the National Executive Committee of the Unity Party will convene in a special session. And in that special session, the standard bearer will be asked to present his nominee for running mate. That person will be presented by the standard bearer, and the National Executive Committee will go through its normal procedure and take a vote to confirm and endorse the standard bearer's nominee. And that will be done in keeping with the party's constitution. The standard bearer nominates his running mate, and the party's executive committee, through a vote of 2/3 majority of the entire membership of the executive committee, will confirm that nominee. And after that, that should end like around 12, where people will be converged already. Once the nominee is confirmed, then the both of them, along with the party executives and invited guests, will walk out to the podium and begin the program. Now, as it relates to transportation and everything, there are 17 districts across Monserrado. We have put the Unity Party in charge, the district coordinators and the district leadership in charge of coordinating transportations from every district to the grounds of the program or Broad Street. Also, there are auxiliaries all over Monserrado and in other counties, Magibi, Bong, Bomi, Cape Mount, Grand Basso. Those auxiliaries and the party leadership will work hand in hand. They've been provided something for transportation, buses, and water, so they will converge, because we are receiving requests from all over, from as far as Nimba, as Lofa, Bapolo. People want to come to the program, and there are individual citizens who have also provided buses for people to be transported to the grounds of the program. So those are the lineup of the program, and the program is not going to be long. One thing people want to know tomorrow, they are eager to know over the last 2-3 years, is who is going to be the rescue 2. And I can assure you tomorrow when Joseph Boakai pronounces the name of the rescue 2, there will be a huge outburst over that in the positive sense. People will be excited and the crowd will go just wow. The Unity Party, the supporters of Joseph Boakai and our collaborators, they are taking this like a campaign launch. Let me make this clear. Tomorrow is not a campaign launch, but the people are excited. They want to know their rescue 2. They want to see the composition of the rescue team. And that is why plenty of people are coming out. When you look all over social media, you hear people saying, supporters of Joseph Boakai, Unity Party partisans, we are coming out tomorrow, and the people will come out tomorrow, I can assure you.
Thank you very much. That Richard saying you're going to be bringing in Senator Prince Moyi. He's on the line. We will listen to Prince Moyi, and you can take it from there. Salamatu Kamdes, retired Connor, Ed Remy Gray, and Leo Napolo Johnson. Bring in the Senator of Bong County, Senator Prince Moyi.
Okay, so Senator Moyi, you live on.
The Senator's playbook is in full effect.
Thank you.
Senator,
yes, sir.
Senator Prince. Yes, we can hear him.
Thank you for having me on the show. Thanks to all of the panelists for the very good work that you continue to do for our country. We have to be grateful to all of those different media online that try to convey the different messages from different politicians across our country.
Senator Prince Moyi, welcome again on the Spoon Talk. We know that you are very busy. I spoke to you today. You told me exactly what's happening. You will be appearing in person later on down the road, probably next week. But we're glad to have you by way of the phone. Let me bring in Dr. President Chinua Richardson as you give us a layout of what you know that will be happening tomorrow. Dr. Richardson. You are muted, Dr. Richardson.
I think at this time the senator can go ahead and give his layout because I'm not even sure what to ask him.
All right, Senator Prince Moyi. I will bring in Salamatu. Probably she's sure what to ask you. Sister Salamatu.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I think I will yield my time to someone else to ask a question.
Wow! Fago, something is happening. Listen.
Well, but let first of all ask the senator what's happening tomorrow.
What's happening tomorrow? I wanted them to ask the senator, but apparently they are.
Yeah, you're gonna let someone ask our question. I will take my 2 sisters in time. I will take that.
You take our time. Let me take my time. I yield my time to Leo.
Senator Prince Moyi, tomorrow is a big day.
Yeah.
A big day in the country. I want to hear from you. What are your thoughts? What are your expectations? What's happening tomorrow from your end? From Bong County, what are you telling your people right now? Right now, what are you telling them about tomorrow?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. As it is expected, tomorrow is easy. And as a matter of fact, we've been on this for quite a little while now. As you may be aware, the entire country and those in the diaspora have always called on our senator to leave his running mate. And it has been a very difficult process for the fact that he is the person that the country depends on to rescue it. And that too many persons have interest in his leadership ability. And you have all the different competing personalities wanting to be. So it has been a very difficult process. But at the same, thanks be to God that we have tomorrow set as a day for our senator to announce his running mate. And in preparation of that, I came from Bong County last night. I have been there for over 5 days now
trying to monitor the entire county with regards to the voter registration and to also follow up on a meeting that was held by chiefs from the north central region of our country. I'm talking about Lufa, Nimba, and Bong County. And those chiefs and stakeholders were very clear to our tenant bearer that, look, this meeting you have called, you have asked us to come together so that we give you our opinion as to what would be if you decide to take somebody from this region or in the entire country. And those stakeholders were very, very clear to the Senate that, look, we stand by you, we stand with you, we believe in your judgment, and I think the 1964 counties, these are the three bigger ones in terms of population, Nimba, Bong, and Lufa. Only Grand Gila is left in the southeast. So if you come in this north central region and you consider any of our songs, and, to be your running mate, we will support you. But we are not also tie you to taking just in our son. We believe in your leadership, and if you go outside of the central region, we are still committed to supporting you 100% because you are from the central region. So I was also following up on those different commitments they made and trying to reach out to those that were in that meeting. So that returned yesterday with this final visit for the announcement of that rescue tool. So Bong County is gearing up. As I speak to you, I have some of the stakeholders with me, and when the CEO and myself spoke this afternoon, I told him I was going to be having a meeting. This meeting is going on currently to touch on some of our plans that we had not concluded on yet. So just touch it also that we all be part of the event tomorrow. So Bong County has said overwhelmingly that wherever JMB goes, Bong County stand by JMB. We support him in his decision. Have rescue tool pronounced tomorrow. Whatever the case may be, those that landed at the final list, we have extremely confidence in them too. Talking about Senator Kanga Lawrence, I heard she was on the list, and then our own fellow brother Costa was also on that list, and they have met all of them. We have extremely confidence in all of them. But mind you, it is just one person that's supposed to go as running mate. So that's why we took the lead, Simpson, when it was speculated. Even one of the shows, he said I sent my wife, Ichana, to bring some material, can be material and this and that, in anticipation of GMB selecting me as a running mate. But I have to say, look, that was not the case. She brings Ichana and she's a businesswoman. She has gone to bring in her moves. And I mean, practically, I have to say, look, this thing is the unity party. We have to go on and have to find somebody to add onto the numbers because I'm with you. And I mean, the records are there. In 8 years, I won 4 elections. And, so with the speaker, all of those elections I won.
Thank you, Senator. Before I bring in Leo, I'm sorry, we don't want to lose you. Your location, we don't want to lose you. Let's bring in Leo real quick. Mr. Johnson, jump in and we'll go to Air Remigre.
Thank you. Sam, my two sisters and gracefully with their time. I will get 2 questions at least, on their behalf. I can listen.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
But Senator, you good to hear your voice. Very, very much. My first question to you, Senator, I just read the press release from Senator Nyongli Kanga Lawrence, who basically did not call on her partisans to come out tomorrow to support the event, being a staunch ally of JMB. We also hear that we're still waiting to see Costa being a very, strong voice in the Unity Party camp for JMB consistently. everything is very mute. Are you concerned that these people don't seem too excited for what's happening tomorrow based on the fact that we haven't seen any mobilization efforts whatsoever from their end, which is a stark departure from a few days ago based on what we know and their staunch support. And they have all said, regardless of what JMB does, they were in it for the long haul.
Senator Moy, did you get the entirety of the question?
Please relay the question to me. I mean, I'm not. Yeah.
Okay, just to paraphrase the question, he's asking whether or not you're concerned that Senator Conga Lawrence and Henry Costa are not doing any mobilization. Are you concerned of their action as well?
Well, I'm quite concerned, and all we can say to Senator Lawrence and the rest of the folks that have been standing with the Unity Party is for all of us to remain together. If it is about rescuing this country, then it is about all of us remaining together, standing together, and seeing the final line, the finishing line. So, I mean, and I'm happy that in the statement that Senator Lawrence released this evening, she did not say, I mean, her partisan or most of the Liberty Party to boycott the program tomorrow. That in itself show some level of maturity or part. And as she stated, while going through all of the different consultations with our EC members, I'm quite sure all of us will recalibrate and come back and see this journey concluded with a GMB and his possible running mate, and sending to the highest seat in this country. I think it concerns all of us. But again, like I said from the beginning, only one person. And that's why all of us, we could say, look, Bong County is one of the biggest countries. We stand it up. We have to do, but we have said, no. This is about Liberia. This is about the well-being of our citizens. And we have to be selfless in all of what we do. That's why we stand it up. And we will support JMB to the fullest in his decision-making process so that we tell the world that we are not in it for ourselves. And Bong County is ready. And like Stamton said, I mean, you don't need anybody to tell you what is happening in Bong County right now. If you go in the street, if you went in the village, our people are resolved. And they're going to give GMB that vote that it needs to clinch the presidency of this country.
Thank you so much, Senator. Quick,
so let me come in a little bit, Leo, to that question.
Just so we have the Senator.
I actually gave my time to Leo. Leo still got time.
Yeah, one of the buttress.
We'll do that later more. Let Leo finish talking.
Leo, you will come back.
He's on the phone. That's why I was worried about. Mo, go ahead.
Yeah, you'll come back.
Let me buttress the senator a little bit. I want us to look at this program tomorrow from a perspective of Joseph Numa Boakai naming his running mate and how the Liberian people in their generality will react to it. How the supporters, the common supporters in the street, the people who go in the streets every day to fend for their livings, the people in the villages, in the towns, in the counties, how they are going to react to it. Look, like Senator Moise said and like former Minister Browning said, there is only one running mate position. There's going to be only one vice president. And we all can want to be, we all may have the ambition, but the decision will come down to just one person. It's one person who will be selected. And I can tell you this, there are some of my colleagues from the Liberty Party and from the ALP and from other places, they are mobilizing to be at the program tomorrow. And so we are in constant communication with our colleagues from those parties. I had a very lengthy and fruitful conversation with Senator Lawrence last night, midnight, and we are all on course.
Yeah, thank you, Mo. Just so I don't lose track here. Quickly, I'll ask my last question. My last question, Senator Moyi, as well, is that confidence and trust is an important thing in this race. The person who works with you closely is the person you can really, really trust. Given the fact that most of the conductors of the train now, including my own brother, Minister Eugene Fagon, is here, Senator Prince Johnson, who less than maybe 6 months ago, everything from a 75 that Joseph Boakai said, who claimed, and some of us went against it when they said it, that Joseph Boakai was not competent to become president of Liberia, that Joseph Boakai was toting a battery, he could fall and die any moment that President Weah paid for his heart surgery, and he was ungrateful to President Weah. And these are the very people now who are conducting the train. Do you have the confidence? And also Prince Johnson being under sanctions from the Americans, saying no one should do business with him, clearly being a figurehead in the MDR. Do you believe that you can entrust these people in prominent positions that were your fiercest opponent, not based on policy disagreement, but it was based on things like age, things that Papi were old and he would die anytime soon? They said that. We did not say that. And now those things haven't changed. But now they are being brought very close to the proximity of JMB, who is clearly on his way as a major opposition leader right now. Do you trust these people?
In politics, nothing is cast in stone. And sometimes you may misunderstand. Somebody action, somebody move, and you make statements, that are not in line with that person, true character. So when you realize that that person is the right person, then you come back. And when you come back, you are treated like any other person that has been committed, has been threatening that individual. So in this case, we will welcome and work with all of those that have come with open minds and with open hearts. I mean, as a leader, you have to expect people to criticize you. Criticism in itself makes a leader very strong, because you will go in your closet and say, look, what for God said for me? But technically, he said some things that I have to, work on. So JMB, knowing him for the past 12 years, since I went to the legislature, since 2012, he has a forgiving spirit, and that has been manifested on several occasions. So we want to treat everybody that have come to us and trying to make this rescue mission possible the same way. We're not going to say, look, this person can't cross the line. This person is not a true partisan. If you run a government on the pure partisanship, that's what you get, and that's what we have right now. Because you don't look across to see competence. You don't look across to see who can deliver. So we will treat everybody. To answer your question, we will treat everybody that has come to help us rescue this country equally and with due respect to whatever position and whatever duty that will be assigned to them.
Thank you very much. Let me bring it real quick, because we have to bring it Remy.
Yeah, real quick. Let me say something to Leo quickly.
Mo, I don't want us to lose it. It seems like I beg you, we're going to be on. Let me bring in Remy Gray. Remy Gray.
I will jot my points and
yeah, please. Remy Gray, go ahead. Dama, are we on?
Yes, sir, we are.
Thank you. Remy Gray, shoot with your question. You go last, and that's it. The senator got to go.
It's fair enough that the last couple of days we've had this platform being primarily focused on the Unity Party. At least those bickering party terms will not say this is an ANC platform now. Now that we have at least attention zone on the Unity Party. That's the essence of the platform itself. But I wanted to go back and look at Senator Moi's own county. Bong County is a very rigorous and battleground county in terms of our politics. There are so many contending parties there, including even Joel Howard Taylor, and he's coming from there. I want him to tell us exactly what are some of the divisions that would be coming out of that county based on the rejection of Henry Costa, who was a front runner on this on the Oman ticket.
Is it true?
Yes, Senator Moi, you can go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, please re-echo his question or his concern.
Conor Gray, can you just paraphrase the question quickly?
Yeah, just paraphrase it for me. You see the paraphrase.
Senator Moyi, your county is a very battleground county in terms of political contentions from different parties, including Joel Howard Taylor, the vice president, and other parties as well. Now, a son from there, Henry Costa, was rumored to have been one of the individual tipped to be probably the running mate of the VP. How do you think his people on the ground in your county would take that that rejection by by the VP not picking him?
You want to conclude it for me?
Yeah, so his question is Henry Costa hails from Bong County and he was not selected or appointed as the running mate to former Vice President Joseph Yuma Boyka. So how is Bong County going to deal with such a rejection? That's what he wants to know. And you also have the current Vice President hailing from Bong County as well. So she's on the CDC ticket as Vice Tenor Bearer. When it comes to vote sharing, how are you going to influence that in the favor of JMB? Those are the 2 points from his question.
Thank you, Conor Gray. Look, the mayor of the movement is JMB. And I'll be very frank with you. The mayor of the movement is JMB. So if our brother Costa was not, asked to serve as a running mate, Bong County has already concluded in the North Central Alliance meeting, giving GMB the go-ahead to take anybody that he sees strongly will mirror his ideas, his policy, his characteristic, and everything. So JB has that approval for the citizens of Bong County. So if my brother from Bong is not asked to serve as a running mate, Bong County is going to stand with JB. They see JB as that rescue one that's supposed to help us rescue this country and restore the image of this country to the status that we left it just recently. On the issue of Vice President Joel Howard Taylor, Conor Gray, Bong County is a very decisive county. I've been very frank with you. If you look at the electoral history of Bong County, we don't go into too much party activities. We look at the individual. That's why they have come together to say, this is JMB time. You can go up, you count down, it's going to be JMB. And I can assure you that with the level of mobilization and stakeholders coming together, building consensus this time around, Bong County is going to deliver. So, and the records are clear. We have a fresh memory of what we did from 2011 to 2017, from 2005 to 2011. And they have that ability to compare and contrast. So it is not a full, activity that they can open and look into it. They look at the records of the Unity Party. What did the party do? What are those infrastructure development have? What the road, thing they did? All of those things are visible. Where they took the Bone Technical College, where they took Cary, where they took Cottington University, where they took TB Hospital. These are major infrastructure, that are talking about institutions. So the records are there. Where are they right now? So the Bong County people will be doing no comparison, and they say who is better suited, to carry on the legacy of the Unity Party. And I think Joseph Yuma Boyka has been flagged to do that and to finish our work for them. Under this regime, Bong County cannot brag about one cabinet minister as we speak. Bong County cannot brag about any development. The one they ran the campaign on as the Bond Technical College that they're going to finish it, it is still we left it. 5.6 kilometer road in the street Madam Salif government under our what? They said they want to finish it. That rule is still incomplete. So it tells you to the extent at which Bong County will be delivered fully. So if you look at the records of the Unity Party-led government, those infrastructure and human resource development it did, it is not comparable to what has happened. In fact, all of them are one way or the other, drained down, let's say, for the lack of better words, they have drained down completely. Services have not been provided. Like the ambassador said, he is president, service center is down, nothing there. So, I don't even have to speak to that. They themselves, they are aware, and they are saying it every day. So, Bong County is going to deliver, and that's why we put personal interest over the interest of the people of the county. They are saying, our uncle, we will stand by you. Take anybody. If it is Nobly tomorrow, we stand by you. If it is Jeremiah Kuhn tomorrow, we stand by you. If it is our own brother Costa tomorrow, we stand by you. If it is, Tehran Bongo tomorrow, we stand by you. All we know, we trust you, and you're going to reform this country and bring it back to where you people left it. And that's the record they have for him.
The Senator Prince Moyo, we want to say thank you. We got to move on. We will be calling Representative Clarence Massaquoi Prince Johnson. We want to say thank you. Let me come back home and let's discuss with the guys on set tonight. I will talk to you later, Senator. Have a good evening, and our regards to the people of Bong County. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Senator, Senator is sitting in one seat ahead of JMB, the seat ahead of.
So CEO, can I come in now?
I want to bring you in more, Ali, because it looks like Salamatu, Dr. Richardson, Leo, and L. Remy Gray, all of them are about to go after you. Something is in our chat room. It's not right. They are all complaining.
No,
I will try to protect you more, Ali. I'm just telling you right now. But go ahead.
Our question asked, I never call
Eugene, please, before you come in, Eugene, before you come in, let me make a statement. You know, Leo, like I said previously, elections are won by numbers. Elections are not won by what people said about JMB yesterday or what people said about the Unity Party yesteryears. We have to understand that when people are on the political side or on another side of the political divide, they do things and they say things to defend their sides and to propagate the messages of their sides. Every political actor in this country and every political party would love to have a propagandist like Dr. Richardson, like you, Leo, like Eugene Fagon on their sides. Now, if you are not on my side, if Eugene Fagon is not on my side, I am always angry because Eugene Fagon is good at propaganda and he hits the court most of the time. And so if he comes on our side, we are not going to reject him. We are going to be extremely excited. We are not going to reject him because of what he said yesterday when he was on another side. It simply means that we have carried a message, we have propagated a message, and Eugene Fagon has seen the truth in that message, and so he comes on our side and help us to propagate the message. That's how elections are won. So we will not keep going back to, Eugene Fagon said yesterday, Joseph Baka has battery in heart. Life and death are not held by individuals. It is a decision of God to take life and to restore life. So if young people passing around, they're falling down, they're dying. Joseph Baka is an elderly person. He's still moving strong. Nobody can tell tomorrow I could leave from this show tonight and I lay down and I don't wake up. Tomorrow I could be passing as young as I am, I fall and die. The point is, we are at a state of mind in this country. We have agreed to join Rescue 1, to name his Rescue 2 tomorrow, and join the rescue team to rescue Liberia. That is the reason why we are going after people to come and join the Unity Party for us to have a fully constructed rescue team to deliver this country from the hands of WIA and the CDC.
Thank you, Mo.
Let me say this. I understand, Leo. Thank you. Leo, Mo, we have Representative Massaquoi on the phone. I want to get, please, I beg you. We got Representative Massaquoi from Lo-Fi County. We got to understand that he is from the Lo-Fi County that we talk about where JMB from, but something strange is happening. James, can you put the video up? Something strange is happening before we bring in Representative Massaquoi. James, put this video up very quick. Hey, but what, James? Hey, now, people. So before we bring Representative Massaquoi, more, what's going on? Celebration is happening right now as we speak. Somebody sent a video and says something is happening at the compound of Unity Party. Is that pre-celebration? What's going on, more, before we bring in Representative Massaquoi?
Precisely, it is pre-celebration in acceptance of Rescue 2, the Nimba of Rescue 2 tomorrow. It is also a jamboree where people want to identify with JNB and his rescue mission tomorrow. That's why people are purchasing their own t-shirts, and they are carrying those t-shirts and paying $100 Liberian for printing. You saw the guy showing a t-shirt. As I speak to you, the party headquarters is packed and people are requesting for t-shirts. They are not looking up to the United Party to print t-shirts for them. They are saying, we are bringing our t-shirts. We want you to print them. There are printing stations at other places, and auxiliaries of the Unity Party are buying their t-shirts and they are printing those t-shirts for their members.
We're going to play the video, folks. You're asking for the video, we will. Let me bring in Representative Clarence Massaquoi. She's from Lo-Fi, by the way, and now he's leading the troop. He's leading the forces. They are now in Monrovia, or probably on the way to Monrovia. Representative Massaquoi, how you doing? Welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Spoon. I just monitor our former Secretary General, Mo Ali. It's an honor to be on your line. Like I said the other day, Stephen, JNP is a branch. The Unity Party is not just an ordinary political party, it's a rescue team, it's a team, it's a brand, it's a mission, it's a movement. So I'm sure it has been confirmed. You follow other political party leaders, other leaders of the Unity Party. Being from Lo-Fi, obviously, you know it comes with an actual.
Imagine Representative Massaquoi is still on the road, so the internet, the phone calls, we will have him. Dr. Richardson, let me come.
It is not just our partisans, but Nigerians in general are excited both locally and in the diaspora. I'm sure there are members of the crew that are also excited. So I'm personally excited, and as an institution that have brought Nigerians to this level, we are excited to see tomorrow and the days to come, and to ensure, hopefully, that rescue can finally be delivered.
What's the plan like in Lo-Fi County right now? Your district, your entire county, the transportation plan, the way to bring folks home, bring them down to Monrovia to have this great celebration. What's the plan like, Representative Massaquoi?
Thousands of Lofians residing in other counties from Algeria, from Bong County, from Monserrado, of course, that have made their way. There are thousands of other people who are making their way from Lo-Fi. But besides those who are coming from Lo-Fi, there's a huge excitement in Lo-Fi. And it's beyond what words can express, words can describe. Like I said, it's a movement. It's not a political party anymore. The UP is a movement. Lo-Fi is excited. I am excited. And again, we are proud to be part of about history making. Lofa in general is excited about what is happening tomorrow and what's to come in years. It seems to me that Liberians have been waiting for a dawning of a new day, for a breaking of a new day. And finally, they are the voice of seeing that change, and a real change, and a change for good.
Are you now in Monrovia? Because we have to let you go. We know you will come back next week after this program. Are you now in Monrovia, or are you guys still on the road?
I just arrived here yesterday morning, but I left huge excitement. As a matter of fact, I just dropped the line with the leadership of our party. Tomorrow, Vonjama is going to come live. The party office is going to come live, and Lofa in general is going to come live from all of the administrative political districts. Lofa is proud, Lofa is humbled to be receiving this huge support. As far as this evening around is the UP headquarters, believe me, Seton, I can't believe what my eyes see. It seems to me that over all these years, over 170, Nigeria is about the dependencies and what the government is doing.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Representative Clarence Massaquoi. We say thank you very much. We look forward to speaking to you tomorrow. Again, we'll be having a wonderful program tomorrow. We will be starting a little bit early tomorrow. We want to say that you are all invited. We will call the key players again. I'm keeping Prince Johnson for last. Let's get ready to rumble, folks. We are now coming back on set. Thank you very much, Representative Massaquoi. We'll talk to you again. We will start with Leo.
Did you call Alaric Tokba?
Not yet. They'll come in the second hour, please.
Okay.
Yeah, the second half. We got to do our thing now. Leo, what's your concern? I see you in our chat room going crazy, talking. Let me give Leo a chance, because before I do that, folks, Leo, the folks asking for this video. Let me play it one more time. You can see every center. I don't want to say this. You guys have seen it for yourself. Talk to the folks out there. Something is happening for Unity Party. Again, want to say this is the Spoon Network. Spoon Talk Fabric Super. Political party coming up. ANC will be having a convention. We're going to host them the same way. Just reach out to the business office and speak to the CEO, Madam Titi Kanen. CPP will come out. Liberty Party, Tewan Gonglo. We're going to do your show. Once you reach out to the business office and speak to Madam Titi Kanen or Patricia Dapo, the business manager. We want to say, Leo, talk to us, man. What are you saying?
Before Leo come in, if you have your 1 minute. If you have your banner or you have your video and you want to send it for us to upload, like how 12 houses did, they did their own banner, they sent it, we put it up, we will put your banner up, we will put your t-shirt, center, or your whatever. Just send it to Spoon.
We'll coming for you. Tell me putting nothing up there. Anyway.
Now 12 houses so that the community people who banner there.
Go ahead, Leo. Go ahead.
I said it.
Salamatu.
Don't even go there with it. Anyway. By the way, whoever did that song did an excellent job. It's a good song. I actually like the song. But let me just say this. When I hear someone like Mo Ali, who's the former secretary general of the United Party, but he keep voicing the United Party saying that there are no boundaries to which you can go to win an election, I would like to ask Mo a question. Were you in support, Mo Ali, of the sanctions by the Americans and the reasons that is stated for sanctioning Senator Prince Johnson? Were you in support of that sanction or against it?
Look, let me say this, and for the record, before sanction, after sanctions, we are on record for speaking against the ills in the Liberian society. I'm coming. And when the sanction was pronounced,
you are muted, Leo. Just give him a chance.
When the sanctions were pronounced, I was on the radio, on this very show, on OK FM and other stations, and said, did we have to wait for the Americans to tell us that people are corrupt before we can say they are corrupt? Did we have to? Even yesterday, I had a call on the show again. The American ambassador wrote something about what. Do we have to wait for the American ambassador to tell us?
So does that
I am for anything. I am for anything that brings about the end or will curtail corruption and bad practices in this country. So to ask the question, were you for the sanction? And then I know the next thing will be, oh, then Prince Johnson coming to.
You don't have to know the next thing.
Support you. I mean, my man, I can predict when you're asking a question.
No, that's not where I'm going.
I can predict. Now, let me say this. The United States government have their criteria and their measures by which I
don't want to adjudicate the sanction more. Every one of us know that. I just wanted to know if you were in support of the sanction. So if you were in support
he's trying to answer your question.
He has already answered. He said he was in support.
How you know the man is like
no, the man finished. The man said anything that goes against ills in our society and corruption is in favor of it. So
definitely.
And more, I know people here your way when Cummins Nimba on a VP will go after them to the same with for now that JMB. You let address this. So my question to you then my point here to you more is this. If you support anything against the ills of society, including sanctioning Senator Prince Johnson, as has been stated, then I would like to ask, in the same breath, you telling me you have, if it costs you to win the election, that you also are prepared now to go against the very people who are sanctioned for the ills of society and elevate them as the visionaries of tomorrow that can take JMB over the very gutter. Don't you think that let me just finish more. I actually allow you finish. And the reason I'm asking this question is directly on the matter of principle, because the vice president could be president anytime. So do you believe that Senator Jeremiah Kunsen, he's one of the people that's on a list as far as we know, is ready to be president on day one?
So I will say a few things. I don't know who JMB is going to name tomorrow. You are telling me he will name Jeremiah.
I said he's one of the people on the list. I didn't say JMB naming him. I don't know that.
I'm coming. As far as my knowledge goes and as far as records go, I have not seen Jeremiah Kun, who you proclaim to be one of the persons, on any sanctions list. I have not seen any records. Akami, you asked a question.
I didn't say that.
You mentioned Jeremiah Kun. Jeremiah Kun is the subject here, and we'll come to the Prince Johnson aspect. I have not seen any court record of conviction for Jeremiah Kun or Nyombli Kanga Lawrence. Now, people may be sanctioned, but their votes are not sanctioned. I have not seen where you laughing, Leo. If they sanction Senator Prince Johnson, they have not sanctioned him for canvassing for his choice of who to become president. They are not sanctioning him from voting for somebody. Or because they sanction somebody and the person say, I want to vote for you. You tell the person, say, no, don't vote for me because the American has sanctioned you. The mere votes have not been sanctioned. When somebody's liberty is seized, like you are in prison, then you do not have the opportunity to vote. As long as the person's liberty still exists, and the Constitution gave the person the right to vote, we will come back to the person to vote for us. And if the person gives up their support, we will diligently accept that support. Now, it is one thing to canvass for support, and it is another thing to govern a country. Those are two different things. When we come to the governance of the country, we will discuss that. And that's Leo, your tactics of driving away our focus from the tomorrow program, we will not fall for it. Let's discuss the program tomorrow.
On that note, let me bring in Eugene. I got to go to Air Gray and set him out to Dr. Richardson. Will be right back shortly. Eugene, is this a tactic from Leo, though? I just want to just take off from where Mo Ali seemed to be to me, but we're going to have a wonderful show.
talk to me, Eugene, Minister Fagon. Where are you on this little Leo, distraction? I can attack Leo. I'm free to do that.
Well, I'm not going to attack Leo. I'm just going to school him as per my profession. I appreciate him building libraries, but 38 years in this business is not something that Leo will come just for 2 years and play around with. And how he said that, yes, it is a distraction. It is a diversionary tactic from the momentum being built. And the way he's doing it is by trying to put down influential members of the team. You heard him in his question. He referenced Prince Johnson. He referenced Henry Costa without calling him. He referenced me calling my name. And so for the record, I did not say Papa JMB was living on battery. I challenged him to bring the tape forward. But he is treading on a slippery slope. You and I will agree that I'm not an attacker. I'm a counter puncher. So Leo said, this is why you said, do you trust them? Let me say to Leo, did you trust the political leader that you are hiding behind, who visited Prince Johnson after the ascension over 5 different times, seeking his support to the point where he gave him 50,000? I'm talking about Alex Cummins, who gave Prince Johnson 50,000 US dollars.
I don't have a political leader.
No, you do.
To correct you. I dare you to prove it.
Yeah, no, I dare you to prove your own. But let me finish.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. This is what we do on Spoon Talk.
Your political leader, the Prince Johnson you're talking about today, visited him 5 different times, asking for his blessing, asking for his support, and gave him $50,000 for library. And the Prince Johnson you won't criticize today. You didn't see it that time. Now you say I said something about JMB, and so they shouldn't trust me. But every time I come on this show, I talk good about Alexander Cummins, because American tax dollars educated me on the difference between what? Gay rights and sexual identity in relations to human rights. But your political leader said gay life is a lifestyle that he struggled with. You expect me to join the other people to criticize him? No. Do I trust him? Yes. Do I respect him? Yes. Is he a good man? Yes. But does that statement define him? No. So you guys are treading on the dangerous slope. And if we decide to play that game, fire for fire, you cannot survive. I respectfully submit.
Thank you. I beg you, Leo. Leo, you will respond in due time. I must bring the rest of the team, please. Just take your pen and your paper. Salamatu, a big day tomorrow. But something that's trending, with the opposition calling for that unity. Well, where are you, Sister Salamatu? Or they say Matu, where are you?
I have not been shy about telling people where I stand and what I think should happen with the opposition. I gave 3 scenarios. Obviously, they're going with the first one. Both opposition decided to help us away. Tomorrow is UP Day. They have every right to be excited about what happened tomorrow. The only thing that just kept, I don't know who, I'm hearing a feedback. I don't know who. Yeah, I'm still hearing the feedback. But tomorrow, again, UP will be out there. I every time I hear people get excited about tomorrow, unfortunately for me, I have an experience. 2017, September 16. I really thought we had won this thing here for JMB. That was the same excitement we heard. 19 senators have endorsed. I mean, it was just so exciting. And yet, when time came to vote for the mayor, some of the people didn't show up. But nevertheless, it's a different time. Tomorrow is UP Day. We are anxious to hear who he's going to pick as VP. But before I move on, I want to say, I don't know if, I kind of came in late, if anyone recognized that today is Councillor Charles Brumskin's birthday. The late Brumskin birthday. So wanted to keep it
for last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So today is just an interesting day for Liberty Party, the Liberty Party that is recognized by the NEC in the Supreme Court. So you know, tomorrow that UPD, we waiting to see who Ambassador Baga holds his hand up. And just for the record, nobody is angry, nobody is vexed at whatever choice he seemed to make. My standard bearer, Mr. Cummings, at no time were we under the impression that Jeremiah Kuhn was his option or Custer was his option. So the fact that he should choose one of those two people, it doesn't make us angry because that wasn't our choice. We just sitting down, we're watching the show, that fun show. We enjoying it. Yeah, it's a fun show. So tomorrow we'll probably have more to say. Once again, the ambassador raises somebody's hand. Until he does that, everything that we're talking here is just speculation. Everybody getting excited. So tomorrow will be the D-Day that we will see.
Thank you very much, folks. This is the Spoon Talk. You find us on Fabric FM 101.1, Super FM 95.5.
One more thing. Tomorrow, I would really love to see who the LPEC members that's attending the program.
Well, we're going to ask Mo Ali because Mo Ali said he spoke to Yomdi Kanga. Let me bring in the retired corner, Remy Gray.
You know, first thing, let us correct the idiom and the language used by Alex Cummings in that interview where he said, I struggle. You understand, it's a lifestyle I struggle with. In the American diction, when someone say, I don't get it, I don't understand why people would do this. Now the spin masters have gone and cut off the rest of the interview where he went on to make it clear that he does not understand, he struggled why people will live that lifestyle. So let us clarify, unless somebody wants to tell us that they don't understand the very English they're loud about at times. English language is a forward language. You cannot twist and turn it the way you want to, unless for propaganda purposes, probably it suits some individual. But let me go back and look at the all this excitement that is coming down. I wonder how many of those people actually are registered to vote for the ambassador. That is one concern that I have. How many of those folks, because I think the ruling establishment has not handled this election processes well, with the exception of you know, doing other things from, you know, from the eyes of the public, which probably may benefit them. We know clearly that for the rest of us, we were not treated fairly in terms of how to allow people to register easily. Things have gone on that probably unaddressed. You might see crowd tomorrow, but then the elections result may turn out as it happened with Salamatu back in 2017. That cannot, in my own opinion, I don't think you can rule that aside. And then secondly, you may want to push the idea that the United States is not happy at people who are doing business with people who are on their shot, who they have sanctioned. We all know that if Jeremiah Kuhn is the one selected or, you know, picked tomorrow, definitely he is a clear messenger and a co-deterrent to the Senator Prince Y. Johnson. Until that issue can be addressed, the issue of Senator Johnson's sanction, you know, there's this cloud hanging over anybody that does business with him. Clearly, I hope that Mo Ali and others will look into that before they start going forward, before we end up with another government that is isolated in Washington, D.C., just like this weird administration is currently. That is the only input I have to bring in here right now.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Irami, great. Thanks a lot. Let me bring in Al Hussein, then we'll go back to
Honorable is fine, because I used to be Assistant Minister of Defense.
Honorable, great. Thank you very much. Al Hussein Fadiga.
Well, I had to come in. Good day. one of our listener. I just want to wish her happy birthday. I told her I would do that. She haven't listener. That's Miss Siata Temwe. Happy birthday. Wish you many more years to come. I had to stay true to my word. Thank you for keep listening to Spoon. But Mo Ali, this goes to you or any my broadcast supporters. I've been hearing a lot from the critics. Rescue One, very catchy slogan, very beautiful name. But there is an irony with that name. 6 years ago, the Unity Party led the government. Prior to this government, you had the power, you had all the options to rescue this country. Instead, you deliver this government, what we have here, to what the Liberian people have. What will you say to those critics out there that are somehow confused and do not just want it to just be words? How can you assure us that this time it's not just another just talk, but it will be matched by deeds? We haven't heard that from Mr. Boyka yet, or Ambassador Boyka.
Is that a question for Mo? Mo, can you unmute yourself? He's asking you.
That question for Mo.
So firstly, let me dispel what his premise that we were there and we delivered this government that we have. That is the real irony, Hussein, because we participated in the election as a ruling party then, and we were won by the CDC. I am not sure how possible is it.
Well, let me just refresh your mind. It's an open secret.
My mind is very refreshed. Give me a chance to learn.
But you seem to be dodging the question, so let me be more explicit.
No, I'm not dodging your question. I will come to your question.
I'm not choosing my question. Let me make my reference and be specific. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and the Ellen faction of the Unity Party, it is an open secret in Liberia that they hand deliver the presidency to George Weah. It is an open secret. It's not even a secret. We all know that. So that is an enemy of the Unity Party. So
okay, thank you. In fact, you made your own contradiction even sharper, because you just said Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf faction of the Unity Party. As it stands, the Unity Party is a one party under the able standard bearership of Joseph N. Boakai. And as I know it, in 2017, the same Joseph Boakai led the Unity Party into an election. So it is the same Unity Party that was in the election. I don't know how the Unity Party can be in an election and the same Unity Party deliver the election to the CDC. Now, to your point, yes. The phrase is that.
I can tell you how. Let me tell you how. No, let me tell you how.
No, my man, give me a chance. Let me learn.
No, Fadiga, you asked the question. Give him a chance. Let him finish. You will come back. But it's okay. You will, Fadiga. Fadiga, you will come back. Fadiga, you will come back again. You still have the flow. But let's move Ali land, please.
So, my brother, you're right. The phrase is not only catchy, but the phrase suits the current condition of Liberia. The phrase tells every Liberian that the country needs to be rescued. And we are telling you the person who is in the pole position to rescue this country is Joseph Boakai. How he is going to do it? Look, this man, based on his experience, has even crafted a simple acronym through which he is going to lead this rescue process, right? And that's why he came up with the arrest, the agriculture, the roads, the sanitation, health, including tourism, and every other thing that you can work on to rescue this country. And so this is something that we have been working on. We have been planning for the past 6 years. It's not something that we just came up today to say, rescue Liberia. We didn't just come out today to say we will do arrest. It is based on years of research years of planning, and these plans are there. They will be very, very explicit and simple to the common Liberians. Do we need to work on our agriculture sector to decentralize it, to make even the smallest farmers in the villages, to make their products sellable and marketable, to make market accessible to them? Those are things, and improve on the products of that. Do we need roads to connect those markets to the farms, so that people who are harvesting will not have their produce in the farms until they rot? These are things. How do we need to improve our sanitation center, including the health sector? Those are all included and loaded in the arrest plan, the tourism and everything. So if you want us to explain that, I will ask Tenton to grant us 2-3 hours tomorrow or so. We can sit and go through the how we will do it. But in a short form, it is all captured in the arrest. And Joseph Boakai, as a person, has shown his level of commitment to the development of this country. And that is the reason why we have lined up behind him, and we will line up behind him, and we will win in 2023 October, and we will rescue Liberia.
Thank you very much. Continue very quick. We got to bring in Prince Johnson, Alaria Toba, and the rest of them. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. Brilliant answer. The momentum seems to be all in Mr. Boakai's favor. But critics will also tell you that you had that opportunity for 12 years with 16 billion foreign direct investment. You had an opportunity to carry on this arrest or whatever rescue to rescue the country. It didn't happen. Why? How can you convince us that it's going to happen now?
You know, I was saying, sometimes when you ask the question, it makes me think about just any other person who don't understand what is foreign direct investment. And let me explain it for you and everyone else outside this. I come here. Don't be cutting me off. You ask a question, let me answer. And everybody out there who understand it, like when they say 16 billion foreign direct investment, it means that the foreigners took 16 billion during the Unity Party time and just dump it into the country.
You lecture me something that I already know. That's why.
No, you don't know it. You don't know it. If you know it, you will not be making such ridiculous
I don't want you to lecture me something that I
no,
already
no,
know.
no. God, give me chance. Give me chance. Give me chance. You don't understand it. And let me keep it, my brother. You do not understand what they mean by foreign direct investment. And I will explain it to you in a very... Give me chance. Give me chance.
Can you convince the Liberian people now?
No, you're not telling me. I'm teaching you on something that you don't understand.
No, you understand it. Just
can you ask the man to give me chance? Let me teach you a little bit more what it is about foreign direct investment.
Wait, Fadika, hold on. Fadika, please. Boadi, please. Fadika, can you finish your question and give him a chance to answer? So now you have to flow. Finish your question.
My question is, Joseph Human Burka served as the vice president for 12 years. You guys had 12 years with massive international support. Liberia was not rescued. How can you convince the Liberian people that this time around that you're going to rescue Liberia?
Thank you very much, Fadika. Mo Ali, you have the flow.
Now give me a chance. I will still educate you on the 16 billion. Hassan, Hussein, and everybody else out there, when they say 16 billion in foreign direct investment, it does not mean that any one person took 16 billion in 12 years and brought it to Liberia and say, Ellen Johnson selling Unity Party has 16 billion. One, if you look at Meta Steel, for example, they signed a contract, a concession agreement with Europe for $2 billion at the time over a period of 25 years. It means that Meta Steel will spend $2 billion on the mining sector over a period of 25 years. That is part of that 16 billion. For example, the palm factory, the palm plantation in Cape Town, they say we will invest a certain $1 million over the period of 30 years. The Golden Verilion, and all of those investments accumulated over a period of at least 25 years is what accumulated to $16 billion. So that $16 billion foreign direct investment is still going on even up to this day. Nobody put in $16 billion. So we have to clear that notion. Number two, Joseph Boakai for 12 years was vice president. For 12 years, Joseph Boakai was not president. This time we are asking you to make Joseph Boakai, based on the experience that he accumulated over the period of 12 years as vice president, understanding the dynamics and intricacies of development of Liberia, understanding the local context of development of Liberia, and getting into the presidency and understanding how the presidency runs is the reason why we say give him the opportunity to rescue this country. So I will also come back to tell you that when we inherited Liberia, you had Hussein know and understand that what we inherited was not a country. We inherited a country that was shattered by war. We had no system. We had no running water. We had no electricity. We had absolutely nothing. We have a shattered and dismembered international image. We came and we restored everything. We left a country with a strong foundation with the CDC, and they have shattered that foundation. Even the war, what they have done, the war would not have done it. And this is the reason why we say we need to rescue this country. We left a country with running water. We left a country with functioning economic system. We left a country with a healthy foreign balance. We left a country where civil servants were taking salaries on time. We left a country where people could get up in the morning and go to work.
Hold on. Thank you very much. But we know that it's just been 3 months or going to 4 months. Samuel Toy refused to pay the Liberian people. We'll talk about that later. Samuel Toy said he's not paying anybody because he doesn't have money. Again, they don't have no money for NEC either. We're receiving information that Samurai Watercolor is telling the president, in the absence of Samuel Toy, the country is in the worst recession ever. Listen. Samurai Watercolor, Deputy Finance Minister, told President George Manawiya, Liberia is in the worst recession in the history of Africa. The worst recession in the history of Africa. And there's no money to pay civil servant. That's exactly what we're talking about election. Folks, I want to go to Dr. Francine Richardson. I want to go to Leo Napolo Johnson, and we'll bring in Prince Yedu Johnson, Alari Togba, and the rest of them because we are in the second hour of our program. I want us to have enough time to go to the full line. Dr. Richardson.
Thank you. You know, I have a comment. Sometimes when we hear the likes of Moali speak about direct investment into the country, you know, it begs me to ask the question, Vice President Boakai was there. What advice or contribution did he make to President Salif in terms of developing of the country, even though we understand that if that investment didn't come in one lump sum? You are explaining that it came you claim that you're educating people, but we all know here what direct investment is. It came over time. So even as it came over time, what was Vice President Boakai's advice to Ellen Salif, Johnson Salif, when it came to development in our country? Nobody can answer that question for me.
No. You know, Dr. Richardson, I like it that every time I come on the show, you ask the same exact question. What was Vice President Boakai advice to President Salif? Now, I will tell you this again.
And you don't answer my question. You know what you told me the last time? You told me the last time that I should go ask President Boakai. That's what you told me the last time.
I am coming. You know, when you continue to say what was his advice, Vice President Boakai was vice president to Madam Ellen Johnson Salif. And I've just sat down here and listed a whole sum of some of our achievements as Unity Party. Don't you think Vice President Boakai was part of those achievements? Or you think the achievements were isolated of Vice President Boakai? Now, you would like to isolate Vice President Boakai from Madam Salif's achievement, but you would like to entangle Vice President Boakai in the shortcomings and challenges and failures of Madam Salif. That is how you do your politics, but that is not how we do our politics. The successes of the Unity Party government are the successes of Vice President Boakai. The challenges of the Unity Party government for 12 years are the challenges of Vice President Boakai, and we accept those challenges And we have learned, and based on our experience on how we can tackle those challenges, those are some of the reasons why.
All of us very smart. But let me just tell you this before Sadimatu come in. I would definitely tell you, I'm confused because 1 minute Joseph Boakai told the world he was a parked car. The next minute he told the world I was the last person to leave the room. So this is why I continue to ask you, what were his contribution over this 25-year time that you said money was coming in? What has he said now when he was vice president for 12 years? And what has he said now? So and
the
you don't answer that question. Nobody has answered that
question.
But you interrupting me. I was speaking.
More, please. More, just hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you're interrupting because you have nobody have ever answered this question. All you concerned, it seems today, on the issue of the program tomorrow or some kind of popularity. And I have not heard you guys say anything about merit-based selection for a vice presidential candidate, or what merit development has vice president brought to the country, sustainable development. What policy has he changed? All you guys want to do is to say, oh, he's going to rescue Liberia. How? We do not know. I don't know. Nobody has explained that to me. You can list Ellen Johnson's achievement. I know Ellen Johnson's leadership is very different than Buckey's leadership. I know that she deemed him someone who would lead the country, she would have raised his hand. And obviously she did not. She separated herself from him.
So can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond?
No, actually, I'm not done yet.
No, I beg you, Mo Ali. Let's give her the time. I beg you.
In such a modern world, these days, your boss will give you a reference based on the job that you do. Okay? But that's not what happened during the past government. But you guys like to claim Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and we know definitely that government was successful because of who she was, not because of Joseph Boakai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. More, please.
No, so there are a few things that you are missing here. The boss of a president and a vice president is Liberia. The bosses are the Liberian people. And I'm glad you talk about your thing with on some popularity contest here. Dr. Richardson, the only way a politician who has been tested in power, like Vice President Boakai was, and who has been tested in government, like Vice President Boakai was, and still remain as immensely popular as former Vice President Boakai is today, is a politician who the people have graded to have done extremely well during your service to the country. If Vice President Boakai's services were not good to the country, you would not have been talking about popularity contest today. If Vice President Boakai's services to the country was as bad as you think, the Liberian people would not be clamoring behind him today to name him Rescue One. If Vice President Boakai's services was as bad as you are making it to be, and which you are struggling to do, thousands and millions of Liberian people will not be behind today. Say, Pape can be our Rescue One to rescue this country. But because Vice President Boakai, throughout his services to this country and in government, is an exemplary service that he did to this country. That's why you can sit today on the show and talk about popularity contest. That's why he is immensely popular. That's why Hussein Fadiga can say the wind is blowing the way of Joseph Boakai. If Joseph Boakai were bad, Hussein Fadiga would not make that statement. If Joseph Boakai was a bad public servant, you will not talk about popularity contest. And so, yes, if he was number 2 in a government that you described, that if the government was successful, Joseph Boakai was successful. If that government was an entirely failed government, nobody would be running behind the person who was number 2 in that government to come be president today. So your argument falls flat on the basis of its merit and its foundation.
And let me tell you that your argument falls flat as well, because you are saying that Liberian people will vote for Joseph Boakai because he he managed to develop Liberia. You know very well the illiteracy rate in our country is not as high, so that people are not really thinking about development in our country. You know how people have voted, the pattern of voting in our country. The likes of you blindfold our people all the time. You don't talk about development. You have not even answered my question. My question is, what has Joseph Boakai done? What have he done in terms of development for the people of Liberia? And you cannot answer that. You've never answered that question on the show. All you do, you tell me about, oh, the people would like to vote for Joseph Boakai. We know why. Our people have been through war. We know that we have not spent substantial time educating our people about development and the role of government, about civic education. So you, the likes of you, can come on this show and talk about we want to win. Winnability is okay. You forget about the other part of that democracy that says that when the majority wins, they have to service the minority. Your government and you have not done that.
So
thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. More Ali, you were speaking. You got to go to Leo and Salamatu, please. I have to bring in the caller. Say I read it. Respond quickly, Mo Ali.
Yeah, you sit on this show every day for the last 3 to 4 years. And you have not been able to make a case to the Liberian people for your standard bearer.
And
I come here once. I come here when you're talking. I don't interrupt you.
You have not made a case for your standard bearer either. You said
Dr. Richardson, we would give Mo Ali a chance to speak, please.
No, but Mo Ali,
I come on this show.
Okay.
I come on this show.
Dr. Richardson, if you want, Dr. Richardson, if you want all the time. Dr. Richardson, if you want all the time to speak, we will give you the time, but you must give Mo Ali the chance to speak. Please.
Exactly.
That's what you're going to give me time.
So I will repeat myself. Yeah. You have been on this show for the last 3 to 4 years.
Just telling my people they need to go.
No.
You've been on this show for the last.
I don't think it's not disturbing. I think we all sitting on this panel. We need to stick to the issue. We should not be attacking somebody, a panelist, because we disagree with them. If they're asking you a question about your candidate, stick to the topic and talk about
no. Don't
just
attack the person. Just as you are at liberty to ask me questions.
They have not defended their
Salamatu.
You don't have Mo Ali. You don't have the measuring
determine for me how I respond.
You don't have the measuring stick or the benchmark.
The public determine to answer to her questions are right. All wrong. You do not determine how I answer questions.
You sell us Joseph Boakai. That's what you're supposed to do.
No. Salamatu. Let's understand this. You have the liberty to ask a question.
Yeah.
And this is a public show. The judges of this show are the people listening. The people who are listening are the people we are reaching out to. And so I will come back to Dr. Richardson. You've been on this show for the last 3 to 4 years. You have not been able to convince the Liberian people about your standard bearer. I come here once in a while, and the one or two times I appear here, I have won more souls for Joseph Boakai than you have done in the last 3 to 4 years.
Not yet for that, not yet for you to tell your opinion. You have won.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's
my opinion is the reality.
I have my question.
Salamatu, hold on.
I have my question for him.
Salamatu, we'll come back to. We want you to cool off a little bit. Leo, can you come?
Since I beg you, nobody here need to cool off.
Okay, go ahead.
Because the minute women start to question people, then all of a sudden
don't do that. Don't do that.
Emotional, we black
emotional, yeah. We're not emotional. Trust me. Yeah, let me go ahead and ask my question. You know, as Mo Ali was talking, he wanted to kind of jump on Dr. Richardson about JMB qualification per se. I mean, Mo Ali, I supported Joseph Boakai in 2017. I'm not a member, never was a member of the Unity Party.
We appreciate your 2017 support.
Yeah, I supported him. I campaigned for him. I voted for him.
And I said we appreciate your 2017 support.
Our 2017. While
I said
was
we appreciate your 2017 support.
Yeah, because you don't want getting emotional.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
I don't ever get emotional.
Right now. Let me talk. Yeah, I beg you.
Don't ever get emotional.
Yeah, you getting emotional right now. I beg you. Calm down.
I think I go in your piece.
I don't know. A lot of people on that show that have I go.
Yeah, no, calm down. You emotional. Yeah. No. We me and anxious. I won't see it. I'm not gonna lie. But what the question I wanted to ask you, as we supported, I supported Ambassador Boyka in 2017. I am a strong supporter of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I am a Ellen Knight, if you recall, right? I remember when she was suspended from the party while we were in one of the rooms trying to gain support for Ambassador Boyka. I'm hearing you say that most of the accomplishment during the last administration, you are bragging about it now. I'm just wondering, at what point did you all decide not to run away from those accomplishments anymore? Because in 2017, it seems as if nobody wanted to touch the accomplishment or the failure of the last administration. So I want to know, at what point did you all decide to now accept some of the accomplishment and maybe the failures of the last government to the past president, Madam Sirleaf? Will she be at a ceremony tomorrow? Has she given support to her previous vice president?
So firstly, let me correct something. You said you were in a room and trying to get support for Ambassador Boyka. I mean, yes, when we suspended Madam Sirleaf.
Yeah.
That information is flat wrong. It is wrong because the suspension or expulsion was done after election when results were announced. It was done in January 2018, not during election or before election. So that information is absolutely wrong. And I can tell you, I was the campaign spokesperson for Ambassador Boyka in 2017, the official campaign spokesperson. And my statement, my public statements always was we were Unity Party, we are Unity Party, we run on the successes of the Unity Party, and we accept the challenges of the Unity Party. So when you say at what point we accept the successes of Madam Sirleaf or the Unity Party, there have been no time where we have denied the successes of our own government. What other people have done in the past is to separate the successes from us and attach the challenges or the failures to us and attach the successes only to Madam Sirleaf as a means of campaign and propaganda against the Joseph Boakai leadership of the Unity Party. You made it that way. You particularly who say, I'm Ellen Knight. Lastly, to your last question, Madam Sirleaf has told us over and over that she has retired from active politics and she will not be in the public to canvass for them. And so we know Madam Sirleaf is in retirement. She has also told us because of her Mo Ibrahim award, she cannot come out to canvass for anyone. Even last year, sometimes on EABC, she stated that again. We are moving past that. We are branding the Unity Party not on a single individual. Madam Sirleaf leaves, Unity Party is there. JND will leave, Unity Party will be there. So what we've done successfully is to build an institution, not building it as single person, using a single person as a fulcrum. So the program will go on tomorrow. The Liberian people will be there. The Unity Party supporters and partisans, they will be there to grace the occasion. It doesn't matter whether one person does not come there. What matters tomorrow is that JMB will name the rescue tool and his supporter and the Liberian people in general will accept the rescue tool. That is what matters to us.
Let me rebut what Mo Ali said. Two things. Number one, maybe I was somewhere else in La La Land as to what happened on her birthday in 2017 with the Unity Party, number one. Number two, when we say you divorce yourself from the accomplishment of Madame Salif, what you fail to understand by Ambassador Bweka saying he was a part car that he was not involved in, that's what it means. Apparently, maybe when he said that, you really took it as he's an actual physical car. When somebody says I'm a part car, all the accomplishment that happened, the people ain't let me do nothing, they let me make decision. That's what it means when somebody say you are divorcing yourself from the accomplishment of this person. Okay, so nobody came out and decided they wanted to remove Ambassador Bweka from what was happening in UP. If anything, we actually was hoping that he will hang on to a lot of the accomplishment that happened in the previous administration. As I told you, I was never a member of Unity Party. I felt at the time in 2017 that Ambassador Bweka was the better choice than George Manenwia. I am a strong supporter of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So when I sat there, I wanted to see him succeed. I wanted him to talk about a lot of the good things that UP, under the UP banner, did for the country. But instead, he disappointed a lot of us by saying, you know what? The people made me paka. I sat on the sideline. I didn't have anything to do. That's what we mean. Nobody came and created that narrative. It was JMB and the people around him decided at the time to go ahead and push that narrative. So I'm happy this time around that you're not pushing that narrative. The narrative now, don't get emotional on me, Moali. I beg you.
Emotional? Yeah. You don't know who can be emotional. I'm waiting for you to finish.
Yeah. So now I'm happy that you know we are starting to hear that. Oh yeah, UP did do something good during the last administration. That's a great thing. But again, my brother, we're all opposition.
Mo, we cannot.
Yeah, why I gotta say tomorrow.
Mo, we cannot continue with you coming in. You gotta wait, Mo. We gotta bring in Prince Johnson. And Larry talk about the rest of the guys gotta come here. Becky, hold your peace, hold your horses, please. Leo, you go last on this. Then we'll bring in Prince Johnson and start with Al Hussein and retire corner.
You know, I will be fair. And, you know, when you're running for election time, then you would have expected at least the Mo Alis, the Eugene Fagons. You'll take anything. You should be talking to, even texting Salamatu to see whether you can make her come over. How the people can hustle. But you can't be telling the woman here, the woman emotional, the woman this.
Leo, let the record show. I was contacted.
Yeah.
By you.
Last year, can you please have
before I joined Liberty Party?
Yeah, you can come hustle with a hustle behind.
Can you?
Okay. Hustle.
I myself we are for them to be reaching out and you're fighting with me. Easy, he said, you know, I want my vote. Okay, no problem. I'll keep it. Anyway, all of you know who's upon me, I say, I want me close to anywhere near there, even if I
can the library, you can get the library.
Okay. The library are really getting underneath your skin. You need to be on the political school.
They take under my finger.
It really getting to you.
But guys, let's go. We got to get to the senator, guys.
Yeah,
make your point. Make your point, Leo.
Let me just close. Tomorrow is Unity Party.
Leo, you saw the party.
They have sweat. Let me finish by government. They may not sweat. They may not sweat on picking their rescue too. Let's give them the opportunity tomorrow. I agree. It's only fair. Let them celebrate because more. I don't even know yet. When they unveil the name. When they unveil the name of the rescue,
how you adding that?
That particular main key to the step, you can see a blue glass looking like space.
No, but you adding that Carrier's great. Get a chance. I beg you, we gotta go. Go ahead, Leo.
So we will get a chance. That United Party unveil their rescue tool tomorrow. Celebrate. Put the name out there. When it is confirmed, then I will expect that more Alis and Fagona will expect us as Liberians to vet this person, scrutinize them, because you know what, when they win, all will work with them because I'll be our president and vice president. The same way when Kumi's name too, we will vet, because whoever wins, right now, president, we are our president. Honorable Joao our vice president. Anyone who wins the election, they're not your president. You might go to your party headquarters, like your political leader, that will be our leaders too. So we'll scrutinize them.
Thank you very much. We got a couple of breaking news coming out, but I got to bring in Prince Johnson. Dama Slanger, can you get Prince Johnson? You got his number. Once you get them, come on. In the meantime, I will also go down the line. Fagon, you go ahead 30 seconds. Al Hussein, you will come in, and Iremi Gray. You would jump in. Once we get the callers, we're going to just go to the phone line. Fagon.
Well, first of all, I'm receiving a kind of news that saddens me. I hope it's not true, but it's coming from multiple sources.
Fagon,
it is
confirmed. Stanton, can I beg you before I get in trouble? Siata Tengme, happy birthday. I see you watching today. Shout out to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Siata Tengme, open your eye. Open your
eye. My man, let's get back. Don't give that breaking news yet. We'll give it at the end of the show. It is confirmed. Honorable Fagon, it is confirmed.
Okay,
but so I want you to hold on yet. Let's just move on.
It breaks my heart, but we will leave it, like you said. But again, the momentum. People are beginning to go to the city center. A lot of people will be sleeping on Broad Street tonight, from Duco all the way down. I'm trying to ask these people why, and they're telling me that they don't want to be from Crown Hip or how you call the place, Pousse Quarter. No, they won't be right near the party headquarters. So if you go there now, you will see most of them have carried their things. They are sleeping there tonight. They want to be close to the action. And I've never seen this kind of thing before. I have never. Even CDC time, people slept to the party headquarters. But it means that Unity Party has resurrected itself. The mission has been clearly defined. The mission was not to pick a vice president. It is important. The mission was not to form a cabinet. That is also important. The mission was not to decide who is who. The mission was decided by JMB and clearly defined by him. The mission is to rescue Liberia. And that mission is in full effect. What are some of the things and what are some of the reasons why people are gravitating towards this rescue mission? It's because we're in the 4th month going out. People ain't pay yet. Beggar rest that used to be 13 on a JMB is now 20. You took $11 billion, you gave it to your foreign friends. You brought in billions of dollars worth of drugs with a B. The United States government called your government involved in extrajudicial killings, torture, and what have you. You turn around, the United States government caught you in the act of corruption. And
I beg you, Fagon, I know you're going to go on. We have the senator on the line. We got to bring him in. I want us to have our 30 seconds. But we have the senator. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dama Slanger, bring in the senator, please.
Okay, the senator can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Senator Prince Yedu Johnson of Nimba County, senior senator. Welcome again to the Spoon Talk. Concerning tomorrow, Senator, talk to us.
Okay, I'm glad to be on your media this evening again, and I say hello to all of you. And hello, Brother Mo Ali. Hello, Dr. Richardson and Stanton, Stanley Matthew, and Juju Fagon. Hello to all of you, Leo and Fediga and Gray. I'm glad to be with you this evening and to speak through the media to our people in the diaspora and our home. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, D-Day for Unity Party is tomorrow. We don't know who Joseph Yima Boyka, the former vice president, will be picking, carrying, and running along with him. Probably he's going to announce Alexander Cummings, who knows? Probably he will announce Jeremiah Cone. Probably he's going to announce Yomli Kanga Lawrence, Henry Pedro Costa, Tewagongo, whoever the case may be. Are you now in Monrovia? Are you ready for the big program tomorrow? And can you tell us about your readiness and the people of Nimba readiness?
Before I continue what I want to say, let me talk to my son Leo. You always hit on me, fashion, and you always talk about world record. And I said that Ambassador Boyka, battery issue I mentioned, he's sick, he will soon die. First thing, I must appreciate Mo Ali for saying that when you belong to an opposing side, You say anything. First thing, my mouth is not a holy Bible. And I'm not God who controls the life of an individual. And we're not talking about yesterday. Yesterday is gone. We're talking about today. We cannot bring yesterday into our present so that our future cannot be doomed. What we after now is how we can all, as opposition, stop mouthing each other and get together, mend fences, roll up our sleeves out our belts, make all our contributions towards the train that is taking Rescue 1 and the team for the program tomorrow, during which time Rescue 1 will name Rescue 2. And I want to also mention that the MDR is not Prince Johnson. It's a political party incorporated under the law of the Republic of Liberia with 36 incorporators. As per the Election Commission law, you must have 3% from each county as an incorporator. So the 36 people from the 15 counties constitute the incorporators of the MDR, of which I was the standard bearer elected by the people. Now, I relinquished that when Mr. Kuhn was elected. He has an executive committee.
Honorable Prince Johnson, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, sir. But we just want to ask you a direct question. Let's talk about the program tomorrow. How ready are the people of Nimba, Honorable Johnson? How ready are you? How ready are the people of Nimba?
Mr. Kuhn is there. Youngly is there. Costa is there. Mr. Yuri is there. Whoever will be named tomorrow, I told you, and those in the diaspora the other day, that we will get support. Our interest is not who Mr. Boyka, our father, we appoint or name. We just want to change the course of history. We want to change this regime. All Liberians are crying, even Nimba. I came from Nimba yesterday, this evening. I was there for 3 days, and all over the county, chiefs and elders came to see me from the 9 electoral districts, and they are all clamoring for a change. So they are very happy, and they're hearing the kind of news in the breeze. But I will not let the cat out of the bag until we hear it from the horse's mouth on tomorrow, from our leader himself, Rescue 1. And this media you have, Stanton, is very interesting. That everyone that is a panelist is not neutral. She or he belongs to one party or the other, or is interested in one candidate or the other. So there's always a heated debate. Each person wants to sell his candidate. Anyway, she's more interested in ensuring that Mr. Cummings becomes the president. He's qualified. Yes, I met Mr. Cummings, and I went to visit his house, and I told him, I'm here to meet with you, to discuss with you. At that time, Mr. Kuhn was not even on the list. And I didn't know about, I was only hearing about Yomli and Costa and Yuri. But I went to see Mr. Cummings. I cleared up that beautiful step, beautiful house, air-conditioned building, and I met Mr. Cummings, and I said to him, I'm here to appeal to you, for the sake of this country, to accept to be running mate to Mr. Boyka. On the ground that Mr. Boyka has been vice president for 12 years, he wouldn't want to be under anyone. So he's older than you, please accept for the sake of this country. And I know what he told me. I can't say it publicly, but he disagreed. There are a lot of things we discussed. So when you keep talking about Cummings, take a tour, take a survey. He's not much planted here on the ground, but he's a good man. That's why after the program tomorrow, I'm going to do what I did before. What did I do before? I convened a a meeting of all opposition parties in Ganta. I launched them all. I had a big dinner for all. And we signed the declaration, they call it a Ganta declaration, to support a candidate that will be in the lead among us. To sign a document.
Thank you, PYJ. We can say PYJ because you're our puppet. Let me bring in the guys. We need only 3 folks to ask questions. It's 6:35 Eastern Time, America, and that will be 10:35 Liberian time. PYJ, we know we're going to have you tomorrow. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, but take only 3 questions, 1 each. I'm going to bring in the 2 ladies on the set, and I'm going to bring in Al Fadika. Salamatu, you go first. PYJ is on.
Oh, no, let somebody else go first.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. You'd like to go first?
Yeah, first of all, I agree with PYJ that Mr. Cummings is a good man. He's a leader. He is the one who I believe can move Liberia forward. And I have my comment to you is that I'm not here to support just Mr. Cummings. I speak for the best interest of Liberia. You just read the letter from the American Embassy, and that letter is indicting. They talk about how the legislature took money and did not scrutinize the budget that was supposed to be developing Liberia. And I expect someone like you to be speaking about that instead of focusing on whether Dr. Richardson supports Mr. Cummings or not. Right now, I want a plan as to how to develop Liberia. That is how someone who is interested in Liberia as opposed to a person, an individual. At this point, I think many of you who following Vice President Baka are only doing that because of you want to keep your position or greed. It's not because you're in the interest of Liberia. So that's the comment that I wanted to make to you. Thank you.
We will give the senator a chance to respond and bring in Salamatu, and Al Hassan will take us home. Senator Prince Johnson, please.
Well, if I may have heard her, I think she says she's not a supporter of Cummings, but she wants a better Liberia. If that is correct, then I will also say that's true, but also Mr. Boyka, Ambassador Boyka, is also capable, qualified, more experienced. He has been tested and proven. But you see, when he was vice president, he could not overshadow his leader, and his jobs are dedicated to him like any other vice president by the Constitution. If your boss does not assign you, you cannot do anything. But as far as I know, like in marriage, 1 + 1 is 1. It's not 2. So JB and his sister, Madam Salif, they work as a team. So whatever good that government did in this country, paving the road from here to Buchanan, from here to Guinea Road, Nimba County, Jassy Edo Hospital, and all of those things that it did to bring this country from the failed state to a nation acceptable by the world, I think it should be credited to both of them. Not to credit Madam Salif in the school GMB.
Thank you very much. Salamatu, you want to go, and Al Hassan will take us home with the senator, please. Okay. I'm sorry, we'll bring in Alari Togba tomorrow. We'll bring in the rest of them tomorrow because we are totally out of time. I've asked the guys that we can only be in the studio up to 7. We'll go 7:15 because we got to take questions and calls. So, Salamatu, real quick, please.
Can I inform the senator which part of the tree he's sitting, please? Senator Johnson,
but hold on 1 minute. After Salamatu and Al Hassan.
Salamatu, please.
Okay, Senator Johnson, I guess my question is kind of belated because it's already happened. You said you visited Mr. Cummings and you asked Mr. Cummings to go as GMB VP. As a young person who, no disrespect to GMB's age, I think most of us were looking for something a little different in Liberia. We wanted something done differently because it seemed like we've been doing the same thing over and over, and we've been expecting a miracle to happen. And I've said over time that there are 3 options. Of course, let the 2 people, Mr. Cummings and Ambassador GMB, combine, which didn't happen. The second option was for them to each go their separate way, and then whoever win, we go to the second round, we pour our support. And of course, the third option, which everybody seemed to be shying away from, is to ask JMB to retire and put his support behind somebody else. And I'm just kind of, I'm at awe to know that that narrative hasn't really played out. But I guess the train has left the station now. So why wasn't that an option to have JMB say, you know what, we've been in this thing long time, we need to retire and provide support and advice to the other generation per se?
But Salamato, I want to say, what you are saying right now, I would make a statement that will sound different to you. That is, it will be a question. What you supported Madam Minister Boyka in 2017? You gave support to him in 2017 at the time when George Weah was running, contesting for the House office. You gave support to Mr. Boyka. I would say my support now is a continuation of what you started in 2017. So I will appeal to you to draw the welcome band of winners to elect President Boyka, Mr. Boyka, Vice President Boyka, as the next president of the Republic of Liberia in continuation of your job. Join us to complete what you started. That's my appeal to you.
Yeah, it sounds nice, but I think 6 years later, a lot of times we don't stay stagnant, we grow. So because I've grown, I've learned a lot more, and I want somebody who would do something very differently in Liberia. I want somebody who I can hold accountable if they don't do what they do within the next 20 years. I mean, all of those things kind of come to mind. I want somebody who will unite the country. I want somebody who actually have a plan, a vision that I can believe in. So for all of those reasons, I can no longer do what I did in 2017 and do it now. So I will let that train. So yeah, Senator, I will let that train go, and the other train, my other train, I will hop on that train there.
Thank you very much. Al Hassan, take us home with Senator Prince Johnson, please.
Senator,
we have not spoken with the senator, honorable senator. We need to say hi to him.
Joe Boyka said, Madam Salih, the both of them worked for 12 years. And that ended in 2017 when a new election started with Joe Boyka in the race, coming in the race. Madam Salih was not in the race, but rather it was George Weah. And you supported after Mr. Boyka had said, according to what you are saying, that he was a car parked in the garage. You heard that. You knew about what he said. You recorded what he said in your mind. Yes, you gave him support in 2017. So why don't we continue to support him until you win? Because you started, you should have seen.
But Senator, I already said, I said I cannot stay staggered. It was great 2017. We grow, we move. Unfortunately, 2017, that were the two people we wanted to.
Thank you very much, Salamatu.
Yeah, and I move on.
Thank you very much, Salamatu. Al Hussein, you want to take us home with the senator?
Senator Johnson, thank you and welcome. It's always good to have you on. You always bring some excitement to the show. But I have few concerns. You alluded in your press conference the other time, you alluded that the candidate will most likely come from Nimba County. It is now an open secret, probably not a secret anymore, that we're going to have the next vice president coming from Nimba County. But there is a concern in Nimba County. A few months ago, we heard a statement from Zogwea, and then Larry Youngway, a few other permanent Nimadians that don't seem to be on board with you. Should we expect one Nimba to follow Ambassador Boyka? And what are you doing to ensure that?
Let me say this in closing. You know, 19 senators were in support of Joe Boyka, and the superintendent and other top officials, the traditional leaders, elders of our country in Nimba, they were for Joe Boyka. But when I changed and I appealed to them to support Mr. Weir, they all turned to me. So the Honorable Larry Yonkwe, whoever you see in Monrovia, Nimba for Weir, that is all fiasco. Believe you me, Joe Boyka is going to win overwhelming victory. The entire Nimba County, the Bong County, the Lofa County, we are together. We have sealed all the deals. All over Nimba, they are waiting tomorrow. You will hear the jubilation. In fact, tomorrow, at the program, I'm coming a rooster. Crow. That was crowing when I was having the press conference. I'm bringing it live. That is a special endorsement by Jackson F. Doe. The Unity Party is a combination of Liberal Action Party of Jackson Doe and Ome Kesley, our brother who died. So for me to have a press conference, for the rooster to crow 3 times is a blessing, and I look at it from a spiritual point of view as a sign of victory. I'm bringing a rooster tomorrow live at the program. So all of those people in Monrovia who got no ground in Nimba, they're not grounded. They cannot influence what the desire of the people is over there. They are resolved to support Rescue One.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will listen. I beg you, Senator. Let me give the retired corner, because this is all about military aspect. Remy Gray.
Okay, before they say,
that's the last question.
His seat now.
No, you will. I beg you, if I go, hold on. Remy Gray, 15 seconds, real quick. Talk to the senator.
Senator, I wanted to personally thank you that you intervene in the unity of the opposition, personally, by taking your own special time to go to the home of Mr. Cummins and I believe others, and that clearly tells me that your own interest was not to see a son from your county or your political organization becoming the running mate to GNB. You had interest in seeing unity within the opposition. But again, what we've said in the open sometimes have a way of coming back after us. This was 6 years earlier. You were describing the health of Ambassador Boyka. This is 6 years later. In all sincerity, do you think he's a healthy man today as opposed to 6 years ago?
Thank you, Remy Gray. Senator, please, and when you answer that, can you do your closing, please?
Please make your question clear, because you're speaking in your truth. You stayed 40 years in America, now you chief for being Liberian to a U.S. citizen. Speak clear, let me hear. Speak like Telematu, speak like Stanton, speak like
Okay, Damo, just go ahead and tell the senator real quick. What was the question, Damo, please?
All right, Senator, go ahead.
Yeah, so the question is, he wants to know if you feel Ambassador Boyka is healthy 6 years on from what you said 6 years ago.
It's a miracle. If he was sick before, and I mentioned that, he's more healthier than before. He's more healthier. And I tell you something, I just told you, we should not bring the past into the present, because even in the case of Madam Salim when she ran for the highest office the first time, her name in Nimba County was called Zola Creek. Heartless call that doesn't have a heart. Wicked call. But at the end, they turned around and supported Ellen. Okay? Those who said that she was heartless, the whole country, they turned around and supported her. The same people who said that Taylor was a killer, they said, you killed my man, you killed my pa, I vote for you. So he was changed from being a killer to being a leader. So whatever Amin has said, it could have been out of anger, it could have been out of some kind of emotion or something. But that is not the case now. I see a healthy old man. I visited him, and my visit caused me to dispute all what people said about him. He was paralyzed and he could not move. You know, I saw a healthy old man who deserved to be supported because of his long years of experience and his capability, and I was trusting him to rebuild this country. Thank you.
Senator Kuhn, we want to say, Fagon want to give you a seat. Don't you go yet. And before you leave, one message after Fagon gave you a seat, you're going to tell your people in Mano or in Gio or in what Dare. Can you please do us the honor today to speak in your language before you leave?
It's true with me.
Thank you. Fagon, go ahead. Give the senator his seat.
Senator Johnson, we have no alternative. As the conductor on the train, I am placing you directly behind Ambassador Joseph Newman Parker, because we don't want anybody coming to talk to him in a last minute of time. So we reserve that seat for you. If anybody show face behind there to talk anything at the last minute, they shouldn't pass by you. You should block them. Your seat right behind the old man. That way we put your seat.
Thank you very much. Now, for my cast, to go put there, they can't ma toka this, ma toka Nimba Zudwa. Until you do, quit the top Prince Johnson, ma toka Senator, ma whatever. And George, about go my head, the Kosaka, I say, when the 17th year, they have a quapie, the relevant conclude Joseph Boyka. You I could have also clear in a good Nima. So I'm a Casa, the peace alley, no Nikuta, no looking town, no the solid, no peace. Come with my Bakaman, the Apio, part of God, Labura, Ato Patima, oh, Togo, Kabe, Aragoman, the Apeka, the Arakaman, Aratokakoma. That's what we want.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prince Yedu Johnson, Senator of Nimba County. May God bless you, may God bless your county, and may God bless the Republic of Liberia. We talk to you again soon, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mo Ali, let's go ahead. Let's come back home. Let's have this discussion. We got to go. Before we do that, we're going to take 10 quarters. Dama, 10 real quick, or maybe 15. Then everybody will have their 15 seconds to close. We'll be back again tomorrow with a powerful show, folks. Tomorrow will be one of our greatest, the entire team. Dama Slanger will be leading the team tomorrow to do the entire coverage of Unity Party program. Please give him your pass. Please give him and his team, Dama Slanger, Aaron, Kuben, every one of them will be out there tomorrow to do a full coverage. That will be the whole day program. Then he will appear on Spoon Talk tomorrow to do and produce for the network tomorrow. Thank you very much, Dama. Can you open the phone line? I will take the call from here from D. Curtis. Then from there, the rest of the guys can come in. D. Curtis, you are live. You are live on Spoon Talk to us.
Well, I have a question. My question is for Senator Prince Johnson. I know he's probably not on the show anymore, but my question here is, if Joseph Newman Parker, who he claims is qualified to run the country in this election, why didn't he support him when he just left office, when his qualification or his skills were still fresh? Why didn't he support him then? Why now?
Thank you very much. We're going to take Uncle Pete, the man from all the counties. Uncle Pete, you are live. Talk to us, Uncle Pete.
Yeah, somebody talking.
Uncle Pete, you got to lower your receiver and talk to us. You are live.
Okay. Yeah, this is Uncle Pete, the man for all the counties. Senator Prince Johnson. Yes.
Uncle Pete, start listening to the radio. Turn the radio off and listen to your cell phone, please.
Oh, okay. Let me do that, sir. Quick. Uncle Pete, start listening. Yeah, Senator Prince Johnson.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. You live.
Yeah. Senator Prince Johnson, you guys have done it in this country in a way that even the Americans and the international community, they will divert from Liberia for supporting our country. You people were sanctioned. People saw the devastation in that country, that the country is corrupt. The funds that they're sending in the country, they are being misdirected. And you guys that are sanctioned by the Americans, you one of those who will become very influential in the government of Joseph Boakai. being that you nominated the vice president to him, or you suggested the vice president to him.
Thank
This
you.
is very, very denigrating to our country.
Thank you, Uncle Pete.
That are sanctioned by the American government and the international community. You all need to leave politics. You all need to retire if that country will develop.
Thank you very much.
In the political scene, Liberia will never develop.
Thank you, Uncle Pete. Let me take, Uncle Pete, thank you very much. Let me take Ojuku. Guys, we'll take 10. This is caller number 3. And then we'll go to Liberia. Ojuku, go ahead, Ojuku.
How you doing, Stan?
Good, good. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk to us. You live.
Okay. First thing I want to say is, the LeBron people, where we are now, whosoever we have, not just because we're looking for a leader. I don't know how the Unity Party they are vetting to get whosoever they're going to announce today, but I am not actually supporting anybody yet. But I will tell the LeBron people we should accept, and the opposition you unite. And I also want to talk to Dr. Richardson. Mama, I love you too much. Do be emotional. It's politics. You just come into national politics. This is how it works. People will come to sell people and do make this too personal. And what you need to do is to try to see and open your line. Some of us will send you friend requests on Facebook. You are not yet okay us. And you said you can't populate your number. All of these things not sending.
Thank you very much, Ojuku.
You should try to not be too emotional on the phone. And thank you, Stan. Every time I see you, I just tell God, thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ojuku. Thank you, Diamond. Who do you have from Liberia, my brother?
We have so many folks on the line. We begin with this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Go ahead, sir. You live?
Yeah, I'm talking myself, calling from the pipeline. I
Right.
just want to ask Dr. Richardson a question. Dr. Richardson, if you're on the show, will you please tell me all of our vice presidents that we have, what the work we have done for the country, and you are now referring to Joseph Braga to do as vice president? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
Evening to you, sir. Let's hear you out.
Thank you. My name is for the country.
Go ahead.
Our president has spoken. He has spoken well. I'm seeing tomorrow. It's a national holiday tomorrow for the city. Tomorrow will be locked down. The people of Nimba County will be marching from here to the junction all the way to the town. The town will be locked down. But I don't really know what to say. But the town will be locked down. What do you think? It's not easy. Just like will be taking Jeremiah phone. It's not easy. $30 US for check now in Nimba County. Nimba County is upside down. Wait to see.
Are you calling from Nimba?
This is tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to know your source of the information. A t-shirt is $30 in Nimba. Hello.
Good evening.
Evening to you, sir. Let's hear you out.
Thank you very much. This is serious Professor Smith, the Oracle, and a call for ELW Rehab.
Okay.
Let me say to the folks on the radio from the ANC, yes, that the radio thing. You got no voting right in Liberia. You want to say Inele Kumis, who is and later known in Liberia. You don't say Kumis to the people. We got a voting card. We feel that Kumis is not a presidential material. The best thing that will help Kumis was to go in the Ambassador Bracken as a vice running mate. But since he made the opportunity, he will end on the back of Mafia. He will never win election in the country. We're speaking. God, become president before Kumis. Thank you very much.
We just I want not all I make it.
You don't even know what I have for the car or not. How do you respond to somebody like this, you know?
Imagine you'll be president before Kumis.
He never saw you when you were in Nimba the last time.
No, he didn't. So that's somebody I have to respond to. That's somebody who will be president.
Hello. Okay, I lost that person. Good evening.
Cabinet Savannah, and I do join the conversation this night from Canada. I am a member of CYM, and my goal is to make Mr. Weah in one thing book. Let's take time to greet you all for the night. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, I was one of the person who is with you back in the days, and because
sir, your line is terrible. You just want to shift from where you are quickly so we can get you clearer than what it is. Just give it a try quickly, and you have to just go over the introduction, run it through, and just go to your question.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I'm one of the president who is for Mr. Johnson at the time, but now when he is proceeding, I know I love that work, right? To say we all have to come to fight this man to rescue the country, right?
Okay, so we got network issues with you. You can kindly call back. We appreciate that. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, let's hear you out, please.
Okay, yeah. Just what my colleagues are saying, what Dr. Richardson just said. We living in Liberia for the past 12 years. We know what Bwaga has done in this country. I can tell anybody. The electricity we're using here today, it is through the Bwaga administration. It is through the Bwaga administration. The road leading from Coca-Cola factory all the way to Nimba County, it is through Bwaga administration. From ELBA Junction to Grand Bazaar, it is through Bwaga administration. It is through Bwaga administration. What are people been using today? And now it is not functional. It is through Bwaga administration. So she had no right even say such thing. We got our voting card. We will vote Joseph Imam Bwaga no matter what may be, no matter what it may cost. We will vote Joseph Imam Bwaga.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Let me take that one very quick. Go ahead, my friend. Your name and where you calling from?
Okay, I'm Abraham Deyuga. I'm calling from New Jersey. I just want to say thank you to the Stone family. Let me just ask a question to my sister that I love so much, Richardson. What actually the question I want to ask is that since Liberia was funded, we never voted for vice president like this, or we never screamed vice president like this. This is the very first time we're doing it. And I think Mr. Kumi, we all trusted for Mr. Kumi to be the vice running mate for the former vice president. But because of you people advised to the vice president, they said no, Mr. Kumi cannot be on Mr. Bwaga. So this is why the thing is going like this now. You see how things are going on now. Yahweh Kumi will never win election in Liberia, and Kumi fear the Liberian people. That would be one of the crowns that they would give.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I got one caller here. Go ahead. Caller, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Beulah. I call from Texas. I would like to make a clarification, or I would like to say something concerning Mr. Cummings' life. Mr. Cummings is not a gay. We keep hearing he's a gay. He did not say he's a gay, and he's struggling with gay life. Any man, I would say, who comes up and say that Mr. Cummings is a gay, I agree. But Mr. Cummings must have slept with that man for him to know Mr. Cummings is gay. So he is gay. On the part of Prince Johnson, Jeremiah Kuhn, Joseph Bwaga needs to be very careful. America sanctioned Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson is in bed with Jeremiah Kuhn. If Mr. Bwaga names Jeremiah Kuhn tomorrow, we are out for problem. It's going to be the same George Weah's government. So I don't know, Mr. Cummings and Joseph Bwaga, who is desperate. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Let me take this last one, and you can go back to Liberia. Your name and where you calling from, sir?
Hello, this is Alex Williams, and I call from the U.S. Firstly, I just wanted to say clearly that this was when we was in the CDC. The issue about replacing the Unity Party was not about the Unity Party not doing anything. Unity Party took over a broken, devastated country and economy. They rose the budget from less than 80 million to 500 million. Not only that, there was no electricity in the country. There was infrastructure being developed under the Unity Party-led regime. Not only that these infrastructure were erected, but they were functional. We took over an economy today that Unity Party left with less than $1 billion in terms of debt, waive all of our foreign debts. Today, the debt have increased. The reason the Liberian people are celebrating and calling up Mr. Buerka is because Mr. Buerka, for over 40 plus years, serving in our government, not a single person can point to a fact that there's an audit report indicting Mr. Buerka of corruption. He has lived an exemplary life. He deserves to become the president of this country, and that is why the Liberian people are going to overwhelmingly support Mr. Buerka.
Thank you very much, Alex Williams, the former director of Legis, deputy director of Legis, who now resides in the United States. Thank you very much. Dama, 5 more callers, please. Folks, get yourself ready. Tomorrow we'll just do phone line. So just get yourself ready for tomorrow. Dama Slanger.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, this is Anomo calling from Tola.
Let's hear you out, please.
Well, that already please change this every good with honesty. And that's a whole part of leadership. That is legacy. To see somebody on that important service now in Africa is difficult. So for us, we celebrate his service for our country with sincerity, with integrity, with honesty, all service with truthfulness. So all those attributes are given to him. So that's what we celebrate. And that's why everywhere you start, the window is doing, people are gravitating towards him. Not going far, but going home, but going but because of what? The character.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you out.
My name is Moses Tokwa from Nimba and Bong County.
Go ahead, Mr. Tokwa.
Yeah, I want to say thank you people for the show, but I want to tell that still in the studio there. You see, politics you see so you can leave space for tomorrow. When you ready to talk, you leave space for tomorrow. They they two women are taking. They are the people that will call parent tomorrow in the opposition. And I want to tell her, if I want to talk so that other people can only send it better than they will only send it good. Our people in the better vernacular say,
but speak better. Speak better.
It's now.
But he's speaking better for who? Yeah. He's speaking on top of us. Or you talk, my man, I beg you, caller, I beg you, don't be too emotional with it. Yeah, Leo, please tell him to speak English. He can be getting emotional.
If they credit,
you got 3 more callers.
Oh, God. It's so too funny to see.
Let's hear you out, please. Your name?
Patrick from Davis. I'm calling from my home residence in Lockington, precisely Bambi Town.
Go ahead, sir.
I want to say a big thank you to the entire network of schools, most especially Center Water School, for endless and most information given to us. And we have resolved as Liberians. Today on the street, you got people jubilating all over the place like today is election day. We are tired. We have been suffering. I tell you, my brother, people are not able to even pay their children's school fees. People are working and they cannot get their pay. They got lots and lots of people that lost their lives.
Okay. We lost him there. We replace him with this person. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Evening to you, sir. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, my name is Sophie Kamara calling from Duboro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to really appreciate you for the topic on the discussion tonight. I have my concern has to do with Dr. Richardson question about Ambassador Buerka when he was 12 years vice president. What are some of the advice, according to her, he gave President Erling at the time? But I just want to answer that question because she's saying that nobody can answer the question. But to answer that question for her, really, my brother, Dr. Richardson, when Joe Buerka was vice president, he was the second man in command
but he was not a legal advisor to the president. And in this country, from time of our presidency in this country, from our independence up to the present, no vice president has been a legal advisor to the president. The president always have many advisors, the security advisor, economic advisor, you know, and other advisors. So I just want her to consider that as one of, as an answer to that. And another information that goes straight to Senator Waterspoon. You know, I'm so much disappointed. My disappointment is it has something with the level of frustration that we have in this country. Something that is going on in this country, it will have to enjoy the peace we're enjoying today. The president of the Republic of Liberia, Dr. George Manawia, he has moved to his 9th Street residence. But I really want the Liberian people to ask President Weah why he has taken the nation higher office. Because from the 9th Street office, from the 9th Street house, we every day see him over 3 months now going towards the ERWA. Whether it is the rehab he working or the Baptist Seminary place he working or the Jamaica Resort. I mean, we don't know why he has taken the nation office. So I'm really concerned about that, and you know, it worry all of us. So I really want.
We want to say thank you very much. You are quite correct, Dama Slanger. Thank you very much for taking the course.
One more caller here.
We want to say thank you, guys. We got to do our closing. The concern about the where is President George Manawia is a good concern. We received information, and Eugene Fagon, can you give that death announcement real quick before we do our closing? We incorporate. Talk to us, Fagon. Who passed away from the president, former or current security detail?
It's a sad one. We've just learned that the former AD camp told the president, General Prince Toe. I knew General Toe. Everybody loved him. He plays good football, very friendly guy. And he traveled with the president. I'm not sure, but I think it was a Middle Eastern country. And the only thing we heard that he collapsed in the bathroom and knocked his head. That was the story they gave us, okay? And since he came back, Stanton, we're learning, and even when I was there, we're learning that the president paid him very little attention. He was paralyzed. He was very ill. He was everything but the right thing. And his sufferings was immense. And that we will learn more, but we're hearing that President we are going to pay him that much attention.
We will give more on this announcement. We can also announce this true is confirmed. The reason why we announced it because he was directly with the president on a trip to Dubai. He was standing behind the president and he felt he experienced stroke. Some folks may know it as CVA. He stay in Dubai for a while, undergo some treatment. Now we are hearing that he passed. These are the announcements we are giving because he was direct AD camp to the president.
Let me correct,
and
he
was passed.
Not former. He was not former. He was still the AD camp, but he was ill.
Okay, thank you very much. But because of his illness, he just went on medical leave probably. We will also announce there's a beef going on between Prince Yedu Johnson and Joa Howard Taylor. There's some leaked text messages. We were to discuss this issue. A leak text, like 3 or 4 of them. I was so glad that I came across these messages concerning the allegation Prince Johnson made against the vice president. We received the vice president audio from 2020. You remember the December election that brought Delon into power and auto CPP, and the vice president said Thomas Fada and the rest of them can spend their money. You just eat their money. Okay, she didn't call Thomas Fada's name, but she was referring to CDC. At the time, there was beef between the vice president and the administration. George Manawia never pay attention to the vice president. We received that audio. Prince Johnson made the announcement, and then we came across these messages. I think, James, you can put it up. Good evening, Senator Johnson. I am not sure what you are saying on this video, but we require you to provide proof of this lie being spread once we open session. Just put to you on notice. It came from the Vice President, Madam Joa Howard Taylor. Then Prince Johnson, again, we received this information. This statement, Madam VP, is a threat. This is from Prince Johnson. When we open session and it is brought up on the Senate floor, I will address it myself. If possible, my lawyer will appear before the Judicial Committee. Madam VP, I am surprised that you are threatening me. This is political season, and I only quoted your statement, which you alluded to. The difference is, you say you did not mention Honorable Thomas Falah. I have committed no legislative offense against you. I remember in 2020 legislative and senatorial election, you said the money they them stole is what they are bringing back to you. Eat it, but do not vote for them. This, Madam VP, in my mind, referred also to Honorable Thomas Falah, who was also contesting against Darius DeLon. We got a long thread of text messages. We will be bringing it to you on Saturday because tomorrow is the big day. There's this beef going on between Joa Howard Taylor, the Vice President, and Senator Prince Yedu Johnson of Nimba County. Something is happening. We have the recording. What did Madam VP say? If Thomas Falah didn't bring your money, you're eating. That the money they didn't work for. Is it true she said it? What did the superintendent of Bong County say concerning that? And what was said by Mobile Bolu? You know the famous Laker Talk tip? We have everything, and that will be your show if we have the time. We want to say thank you very much, guys. 30 seconds, let's do our closing. We have to just bring this in there because it is important for us to discuss this thing on Spoon Talk. We want to say thanks to everybody that joined us. Tomorrow is a big day. UP Day tomorrow. We'll open the phone line. We're bringing all the guests. We got a lot of folks that will be on the show tomorrow. Over 10 of them will be calling and they will be showing their face. And we have the video. We want to say thanks to James Goodday, Dama Slanger. He will be leading the team out there from every corner. We'll have our drone in the air. We have everything. We'll go 360 because, listen, information reaching me from the CEO, Madam Titi Kane. UP pay for the time. They pay for the show. We have to give it to them. Let's start to close the program. Salamatu, Dr. Richardson, Leo, O. Ali, E. Remy Gray, and Fagon will take us home.
All right. Well, the people who are here saying to the two women on here that we're emotional when we ask questions. I find that usually when men do that, especially men, some of the women that do that, I just consider them as tokens. They just can't follow anybody, anything to do. But I find these men to be very weak men. I'm sorry if I'm insulting anybody. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. You make your argument, a woman makes her argument. If we are emotional, we'll cry. You will see us crying. We'll tell you we're emotional. All right?
And it's okay.
And the minute we flip it to your, then what you calling me emotional? It becomes an insult. But I will say this again. Neither Dr. Richardson, I will talk for her too. We are not emotional at Joseph Boyka's peak for vice president. You can only get vexed with the concept if that the person you are going after. If you are going after the two people and somebody picked, and then you get vexed. You say, oh, yeah. The people you should be concerned about are the two other people that you're not choosing. That's why we're sitting back trying to enjoy this show. Those are the two people that will be vexed. And it's so much so that even my big brother, Brandon Samukai, was on the show actually pleading with them, with all the people to be calm, because he understands the way of the land. He understands the psychology of people, that the people then that will be vexed. But nevertheless, we are all opposition. I am looking forward to this event tomorrow. The excitement isn't exciting to me because, unfortunately, I went through this in 2017. Yeah, we're all excited and block the same thing. The senator, it's like a playbook. Somebody grabbed from 2017 to open it and they're just going through it again. So y'all, our other opposition arm, we wish y'all a very successful event tomorrow. The Liberian people, I will tell you, we come on this platform every night. None of us here, from my understanding, getting paid, because I'm not getting paid. And if the former CEO and the other people paying everybody and not paying me, will be a problem. So as far as I know, nobody
getting paid, Mama.
Nobody getting paid. We take our own time. We come. We got our different lives. We come here. We make the sacrifice to talk to people because we all want what's best for Liberia. The fact that I'm not physically on the ground today, it doesn't mean that I have not been on the ground, have not impacted the ground. I'm not loud. You will never see me on any platform cussing anybody because I was raised in a home. The people who raised me, who watched the show, and they challenged me to come out and do good every day and be good to people and be respectful. So you'll never see me yelling because I know that what a lot of people used to. They want us to come here and just be cussing and cussing and cussing. I will ask questions that I feel that is in the best interest for Liberia, because we all here, not only just on the platform, there's a lot of people who want the best interest for Liberia. We may go about doing it in different ways. We may say different things. We have different candidates that we support, but nevertheless, the bottom line is we all want the best for Liberia. We don't have to be physically on the ground to do it. On the ground. I just left the ground. And while we're on the ground, we're doing things. The ground still shaky. I lead the ground still shaking. So we are all Liberians. We can try to help different kind of ways. We can help from like America. We can help while we're on the ground. We can help from Europe. We can help from anywhere. All hands on deck for Liberia if we're serious about rebuilding Liberia and moving the country forward. The divisiveness that Liberians seem to, the divisiveness that Liberia seem to kind of hold onto, like they own the monopoly over being divisive. The first thing they will start talking in a Congo country. When that doesn't work, then they throw two tribes against each other. When that doesn't work, now they're talking about the people sitting in America versus the people in Liberia. Most of us here sitting in America, we have provided more support to Liberia in various capacity, whether it's going there to vote, whether it's sending money, whether it's supporting family members, whether it's supporting school, whether it's supporting businesses. That's my own passion. I like to support small businesses. That's where I let it put my mouth. Yeah. So whatever area whatever space we decide to go in, it doesn't necessarily have to be politics. I decided to support a candidate because I have a passion for the private sector. I feel that this candidate can change things in Liberia, can uplift the private sector, blah, blah, blah. I'm not that upset at George Weah that I'm interested in just removing him simply to bring people on to do the same things that the people around President Weah is doing. That's not my goal. If that's somebody else's goal, no problem. But I look at Liberians and I say there are two things I realize. Number one, we really feel like we own the monopoly on being poor. And two, we act so gullible, we continue to do the same thing over and over. Then when it doesn't work, then we come back and we blame people again. So what you just rushing me for? I talk plenty to do. Today I did not talk plenty. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I see my brother Mo Ali. Tomorrow I wish you well. We will be here watching. We can't talk plenty. One more can't talk all tomorrow, but we will be watching. And we wish you the best tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Richardson?
Yes. It was a great show. And I respect all of the people who call my name. I'm not going to laugh at them or make fun of them. It is their right to express how they feel, just as it is my right here to express how I feel about issues. I want to thank you, Salamatu, for standing up for, a woman on this show. I appreciate that. I want to thank you for calling those who call women emotional in their feelings. I quite frankly think that it's sexist. And I think that women who also contribute to such name calling, they also have internalized sexism. There's a whole lecture I can give them that I talk about in my course, in my classes. I don't even know where to start, but I can just tell everybody, thank you for calling. Thank you, panelists, as usual. Thank you, former CEO, for hijacking the show from my moderation today. I didn't even know what was coming. I was so busy today that I didn't even, get a chance to, talk to you about, how the show was going to go today. But yes, I want to just tell some of the callers and some of the people who are watching the show, in the world that I live in, and in a world that I think and I know that will develop Liberia, we ask for past record because we know the best predictor of future behavior is your past behavior. When I know as a psychologist someone's going to be suicidal, I always ask them, have you ever been suicidal before? So when I come on this show and ask, what have you done lately for Liberia? Whether you're a senator, whether you're a VP, former VP, whether you just a Liberian person, I want to know an answer. And I have come here several times. Mo Ali, who's here, can attest to that. The last time he told me to go ask Joe Buckeye. Okay? Today he has not even answered the question for me. What can anyone tell me, Vice President Buckeye, not even the 12 years that he served, what did he contribute beyond the 12 years when he was at LPMC? That's what I want to know. And it's a serious question. Okay? So when you ask me about Mr. Alex Cummings, I support him. And the reason I don't just support him because he's an individual or because he worked at an established company or whatever. I support him because I have talked to him. I know that he's competent to be able to provide ways to move Liberia forward. He has a track record, if I want to go back to his past record and to predict what he's going to do in the future for Liberia. He is a communicator. I have not seen Joe Buckeye communicating at all, even right now, as Mr. Samukai came on the show, and Mr. Samukai said to us, we want everybody one piece. Why isn't Buckeye speaking to the Liberian people? Is it he's going to wait for tomorrow to speak to us? That's what I want to know. Okay? So for all of those who called, I'm thankful that you called. I'm thankful that you had an opinion. Just as I respect your rights to verbalize your thoughts and your opinion on this show, I expect you to respect my rights. And I'm not emotional. As a matter of fact, I had a long, happy day today. Yesterday was the last day of me teaching. I came in, I had to see my students for a dissertation, and I'm here contributing my service and my time to Liberian people. So I'm going to go home and sleep well tonight because I spoke my truth. And that's what I want every Liberian to speak their truth. Speak your truth because you know that it's going to contribute to developing Liberia. Don't speak your truth because you're greedy, because you want to maintain power, or because you want to be part of the status quo. Speak your truth because you know you want to support Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thanks a lot. Mo Ali, I mean, you the contributing guest on the show. We can come to you before I go to
thank you. So I will start off well with my own big brother, Peter Cook. And Stanton, for the public, Peter Cook is a big brother to me. Him and my oldest sister and brother are from one father. And I always admire how he comes to the politics and preaches. And so, big brother Pitco, I understand you, but this time around, we will do what it takes to rescue Liberia. And Dr. Richardson, all these things about you have never told us what Joseph Barker has done, this and that. I will repeat this. It is not possible for somebody who has been in the public service for all of these years and serve as vice president for 12 years and didn't do anything, and the public is clamoring for him.
But tell me
that Dr. Richardson are closing. You close here, I give you chance. This can only be possible with somebody whose public record is an exemplary record for everyone to follow. And I'll bring this to you. Dr. William R. Talbot was vice president under Tubman for 19 years. Many people did not even hear his name. When he became president for about 9 years, today many Liberians hail him as one of Liberia's best presidents. He could not have performed as a president while being a vice president. The same applies to Joseph Boakai. He could not have performed as a president while he was vice president. And I will tell you again, we did what we could as the Unity Party. And I'll come to this thing Salamatu were talking about. You know, we're not running beyond Kun, we're not running beyond this other person. I don't know who Joseph Boakai will pick tomorrow, but I can tell you this for sure, that Mr. Cummings was running behind Kun to be his running mate. Mr. Cummings, on several occasions, sent Louis Brown and others to Jeremiah Kun's house. And you talk about Prince Johnson. Mr. Cummings is the same person who contributed more than $50,000 to Prince Johnson in a bid to lure him to support his presidential bid. But by then, nobody knew what was wrong with Prince Johnson. And I will tell you again, to win election, you get numbers. The quality of the vote is not written on the ballot paper. Nobody goes to vote, and when they are counting, they say, this is a PhD vote. We'll count it as 10. This is a Zogo vote. We'll count it as 0. Every single vote matters. What we should be talking about is how Joseph Boakai will govern the country after. And then you talk about Prince Johnson has been sanctioned. As far as I know it, the people who are in the running to be running mate to Joseph Boakai, none of them have been on sanctions. None of them have had a record that will tell you contrary that this person cannot be a running mate. None of them have a record that the court can provide to say this person has been sanctioned for corruption, this person has been sanctioned for bad leadership. They have an enviable character. These are people, the both of them, who have records of winning elections, not one election, 2-3 elections. These are the people you look for. They won election because they have proven leadership quality. Yomli Kanga Lawrence won election 2 times in Grand Bassa. The only reason why that happened is because she proved leadership. Senator Jeremiah Kun won election 3 times in Nimba County. The only reason why that happened is because he proved leadership. Who do we need? A leader in this country to help rescue one, Joseph Nimba Boakai, to take this country from the current mess that we are in. Does he have what it takes to lead Liberia? Yes, Joseph Nimba Boakai does. And I will close on this to everyone. Tomorrow will be a green day. The Unity Party will be expecting Rescue 1 to name Rescue 2. And there will be a huge vibration. Sorry.
Thank you.
The Liberian, I was saying tomorrow will be a very huge day. The Liberian people will be listening throughout this country, the length and breadth, to hear who Rescue 2 will be. Ambassador Boakai has got what it takes to lead this country. And I'll repeat, the 2 people who are in the running, both of them have proven leadership ability. They've won elections. Nyobli Kanga Lauren won election 2 times in Grand Bassa, not because she is beautiful, but because she approved leadership. Jeremiah Kun has won election 3 times in a great county like Nimba, not because he's a young man, he's handsome. He won because he has proven leadership skills and ability. Those are the qualities that Ambassador Boakai look at and narrow down on the 2 persons. The 2 persons. Tomorrow he will announce his choice. Again, I will repeat the protocol. In the morning hour, the chairman of the Unity Party, Reverend Luther Tapper, will convene a special session of the National Executive Committee. In that special session, Ambassador Boakai will be asked to present his running mate, to nominate his running mate. The special session of the executive committee will query the running mate, and they will take a vote to confirm or deny him. But I can tell you with all certainty that with all of the consultations that our standard bearer has done, the running mate that will be nominated tomorrow will be confirmed by a majority, if not unanimously, by the Unity Party's executive committee. And after that, at about 1:30 or 2, we will proceed outside for the official pronouncement of Rescue 2. We call on Liberians to troop in tomorrow, supporters, well-wishers of the Unity Party, supporters of Joseph Boakai, to come and witness this momentous occasion. And that occasion will pave the way for the sweeping of the 2023 October polls on October 10. Thank you.
You mute. Can I correct Mr. Mo Ali?
Thank you very much. As we do our closing, madam, I will yield my time to you after the other guys come in, please. Mo Ali want to say thank you very much and thank you for joining us. I know we'll have you again tomorrow. It will be a big day tomorrow, folks. Thanks to Mo Ali and all of the senators and representatives that called on the show. Mr. Johnson, your closing, sir.
Thank you very much, and it's been a good show. Stanton, leadership is an interesting thing. It's not about being braggadocious. It's not about being flamboyant. And I know in Liberia sometimes we think leadership is about talking and less about doing. So people tend to believe people who promise a lot, but don't ask a lot of questions about what have you done. And when you ask the question, and people also believe that we've experienced a period of such mediocrity and lowering the standards so badly that when you ask hard questions to get to the core of the matter, people get very uncomfortable, to the point where even people who should be welcoming it. And people also think that a show of humility is a sign of weakness. It is not. The answer that sometimes I don't know is acceptable. Look, let me say this to you today. People who run for president, you don't know about the military, you don't know about the police, you don't know about agriculture, you don't know about medicine. So you don't know about all of that you alone. So for people to be sitting there, any question they ask, they just manufacturing answer on the go. No, it is the people that surround you that give us an inclination of who you will be listening to. We're not crazy. We know no one person went to school to learn everything. We know that you will be surrounding yourself with people who should be advising you. So when you hear us asking questions about the people surrounding these people, it's not because we are saying those people are not Liberian too. We're just asking you, are those the type of people you're surrounding yourself with to be listening to for answers? If that is the case, then we want to know more what type of decision you will be making. And here's what I will say to everybody. Whether JMB wins the election or George Weah wins the election, or Cummins wins the election, let me tell you, some of us have etched our places in Liberia because we don't need to be working in government. In fact, we want to create jobs outside of government because that's where it should go. We should not be going into government. To him or her who much is given, much is required. We should not be coming to Liberia to milk the country. We should be coming to Liberia to employ 2 people, employ 3 people, employ 1 person, employ 5 people. And then we should be buttressing government effort in whatever they are doing. Look, even if a government is elected that I hate so much, I don't hate anybody to let Liberia suffer. We will come to Liberia regardless of who is president, and we will find some kind of way to work with whatever government that is there in the best interest of Liberia. So when we're asking these hard questions, the reason we regret easily, the questions we should ask before time we wait. When the election is over, then we'll be asking questions about, oh, who the other person here, why the other, the same thing we do. Elections are coming. When we ask for financials, people say, why are you asking for all of that? When elections are over, funny Lebanese people then start showing up winning BP contract, and people wonder how they're getting contract. You should have asked that question before, because had you seen the financial who is contributing and bankrolling these campaigns, you will have a better idea of who these people are selling their souls to and beholding to, only because they want to win elections. I will repeat, winning election cannot be our ultimate goal. I will use an example. The progressive made that mistake. They were agitating for freedom. They were agitating for multi-party system. What they didn't realize was they were not preparing themselves for what leadership looks like. So when the movement appeared, it dawned on them that they didn't really know where to go. And today we are still suffering, trying to reel from that because they were not ready for the movement. And this is by H.B. Famoule's testimony, not by me. He said when the movements dawned on them, the gravity of power dawned on them, and they realized that they were not prepared. They didn't take 6 months. They started fighting among each other and trying to witch hunt each other when they were supposed to be uniting to lead for the causes that they had advocated for so long for on a one-party system. So to all of you, John Weah win, I got a place in Liberia. Boaga win, I got a place in Liberia. Cummings win, I got a place in Liberia. Let's put all of them on the radar. Let's vet them. Let's scrutinize them. Just because you're not your own we're talking about, don't get in your feelings. They are our president too. And if we can work for them and help make the government better, we will do it as soon as the election is over. The election is over. It's no longer time to go after our leaders. It's time to come under the tent, work with them, because at the end of the day, we cannot subject our Liberian people to forever suffering if we have the capacity to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo. We appreciate your contribution. Mr. Gray.
You know, most people are concerned sometimes when you bring the health of public officials, especially someone who's about to take the gavel of state. That is a Herculean task, very heavy to carry. We seen today a very young George Weah falling down when he stands up. Who knows? Maybe some people say maybe it was tipsy, but it could have been that his health as well. We've seen a very healthy General Toe, Prince Toe, the strong man that controlled the southeastern region under the MPFL. That guy, you know, suffered a stroke. And that it goes to tell you that the work, public work, especially the work of the president, it's not something you can just put any Wivudasi person there. The fact is, there was a girl who called yesterday, I think from Chicago. She was concerned about the health of Ambassador Buckeye. When we ask this bragging question, and I beg people's indulgence not to, engage in some primitive activity, thinking that if I support one side that they don't support, we are arch enemies. No, we are rivals. For one thing, power. The thing about it is, hold your peace. This is not factional warfare. When somebody makes their point, you think that's your enemy. I see sometimes I read the live feed, people talking about this ANC people. It's just like what will happen in India when the caste people will be condemned simply because of the tribe they were born into. I see that crawling in our politics. Before the war, maybe one of us could say this culture did not exist, but right now it's worse. People see you based on your political alliance as enemy that they must got you at that point. This is why they're coming after decent women like Salimatu and Dr. Richardson. That amounts to primitiveness. I think politics is an exchange of ideas. When we ask these questions about someone's suitability for the presidency, it's not because I don't like the old man. I always believe that politics, especially electioneering in Liberia, is seasonal. Today is you calling the name of Ambassador Buckeye. Yesterday was George Weah. Who knows, tomorrow it might be somebody else. So hang in there. The only thing I can tell anybody is this: whoever becomes president, that person will not go unopposed. If Jesus Christ did not, experience that right, nobody can realize that right. So I want to say, hang in there. When people are exchanging ideas, hang in there. Consider that as cross-fertilization of ideas. That's how we live. We're humans. God gave us these resources to be very civilized. Coming on the public domain, referring to somebody as their sexuality when they are not. These are all primitive. I always tell people I don't think Liberians are primitive for people to look at somebody who has 40 years plus of heterosexual marriage, straight, gay, straight man. You look at that man because of politics, you lie on him. That's how Liberia has become. And that you can only find, as Spring Johnson was saying, Sodom and Gomorrah. When we indulge and engage in this kinds of lifestyle, God himself will be angry at us because we're not truthful. Those who speak against someone yesterday in dire terms, today they want the world to see them as being truthful. So are you lying now or were you lying then? That is the question we ask. And you can't say we must sweep it under the rug. Were you lying yesterday or are you lying today? Which one should we believe? That's why it's always good to walk on a chalk line before you say something. Think. That's why some of us have been given this gift to just speak slowly because it's coming from a deep oasis of thought. We don't just say something because we're emotional. When you're emotional, sometimes you tend to hate somebody, but if you have thoughts, you have the ability to control your emotion. That intelligence quotient is on you. You can never hate anybody. You will process the information. I read the live feed sometimes, and sometimes I feel that Kiefer Sun was one of the most popular talk show hosts that ever, gave us our public platform. I say that because everybody that tend to go somehow, they say, oh, it looks like Kiefer Sun. I don't know whether that has become a yardstick, but hopefully it's not. I don't think Kiefer Sun has the rigorosity and the razzmatazz and the kind of finesse some of us come to with public. For somebody to say, oh, you look like Kiefer Sun. Kiefer Sun is his own person. But I will rest here, my ladies. I'll just say, hang in there. Sometimes we find ourselves in a country where people use their emotion as opposed to respectability, just candidness. You belong to a party. I believe if you are coming here waving some green and white flag as unity party, you get all the praises. Yesterday was Red Beret. You understand? So hang in there. That's the kind of system we have. Eventually, somebody will show up that will clean up the system so that people can begin to think civilly and not uncivilly. Thank you so much.
All right. You want to go, Sarah Matthew, before Fagon? Because Fagon will take us home.
Okay. I think when Mo Ali was speaking, a lot of times when people are talking, I try to write things down and catch some of the things that they're saying. But I think Colonel Gray touched on the issue about people's sexual preference and us, kind of just blatantly lying to fit a narrative that supports the candidate that we're supporting. We need to stay away from it. It's a dangerous ground that we going on. There are a lot of people who watch our show. There are a lot of people who take whatever we say verbatim. There's a lot of people who in various policy position that watch and they're listening to us. We can sell our candidates without lying on the other candidates. I too, I'm very involved in the live feed as I watch it. Today, most of the comments, I know how the media work. Again, don't get fooled by the background. I live in Liberia. Yeah, I know how it works when we have a political party on the show, and there's a lot of people that got plenty free scratch card, the talking. That's the energy you're bringing in that live feed. We won't see you next week. You might come back with the same thing. Some of your name with screenshotting it. You please come back. But going back to Mo Ali,
what's happening next week?
Next week will be on. The show doesn't stop.
Oh, okay.
Got a lot to platform. Yeah, okay. We won't see them next week too. So, but I just want to go back. Mo Ali, he kept mentioning this thing about Cummings giving PYG $50,000 for the vice presidency. You're trying to get his support, which is not true. It's not only just his opinion. It's not true. He knows it's not true. When was the money given to the school, to PYJ? And that's not the only university that Mr. Cummings has supported. I know for a fact that Mr. Cummings has given a lot of support to AMEU. He's given support to Nimba Community College. So what, he was trying to get a vice president seat from those institutions as well. So, you know, when he come on here and he trying to sell his candidate, we'll continue to say, sell your candidate. Don't lie on the other man. Leave it alone. Sell your candidate and let the people who are going to vote for Joseph Boyka will go vote for him. I don't think there's so much anything we can say on this platform to change anybody's mind. I think most of the people who have decided to support JMB will support him. Okay. So and then he made another comment about
a second round of closing.
Yeah. Well, he made another comment quickly about people vote. The people who have won election, the people look at their work before and they vote on him. Really? Yeah. Don't we have a president right now that we can name one thing he did before he won the presidency? Didn't he win solely on popularity? Are we continuing to do the same thing again? Because we like somebody, because we believe the person will get us job, so therefore we're making all kind of argument. Was it that long ago, 2017, when they voted for somebody who had no experience into office, that now he's talking about all the people who vote on the experience? I'll see you tomorrow, man. We'll wear the green shirt.
We gotta hold on, let Mr. Fagon close, and Mr. Fagon want me to play this before he close. And this is what you were alluding to, retired Colonel Irami Gray. This is the situation we find ourselves in currently, and we hope the country be redeemed. Again, let me say, if Spawn Network is not responsible for comments folks made on the show, 1. 2, I will say this, I have said it millions of times on the show, and I will say it again. As much as we respect our political leaders, we should go above and beyond to respect them, their family. It's not a crime to be a political leader in the country. So for my closing, there is no one truth. If anybody say any one of the political leaders is a gay, prove it. There's no one truth. I respect all of them. I respect their significant other, their wives or their husband. It is important. Our country is a Christian country, but yet and still, we also have other religions that we need to respect. We live in America. Trust me. You cannot stop anyone. If they want to be who they want to be, they will be who they want to be. It is important for us to discuss politics, for us to discuss building Liberia, the way forward for our country, and for us to stay away from being personal. I will not attack anyone's personal lives. It is not me. It is not the network. And the CEO, Ms. Titi Kane, will not accept that. If you have a recording or tape or whatsoever, I will beg you, let's discuss the issue that will benefit our fellow Liberians. Take children from the street. Take our folks from being a beggar. Talk about good education, good hospital. Talk about good roads, good businesses, investor coming to the country. Not about who someone slept with or how they live in their lives. It is important. I strongly disagree, and I won't accept it when I am allowed to be on the network. Let's talk about the issues. The issue to transform our country. I respect Ambassador Joseph Boyka. I respect his wife. I respect Mr. Cummings. I respect his wife, Man Teresa. I respect Tewan Gonglo, Madela Cooper, Simon Freeman, every one of them, Yombli Kanga Lawrence, and every one of them. And I respect you guys on the set, and I appreciate your contribution. Let's stick on the issue, let's discuss the topic, and let's keep focused. Minister Fagon, please take us home tonight, and after you do that, we end the show. To all of our fellow listeners out there, we say thank you. Join us tomorrow for the big day.
That's we discuss Unity Party and the way forward. Honorable Eugene Lami Fagon.
First of all, you have to add former Deputy Minister for Press and Public Affairs. Can you do that? It is a title I earned.
Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon, the former Deputy Minister for Press and Public Affairs, Minister of Information, Republic of Liberia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, let me say to the public out there, I have two beautiful ladies serving on this platform with me. I have nothing but respect for them. They mustered the courage when some of your friends walk away and left your station. They left your station for dead. Don't you forget that. They walk away at the time you needed a place to have your voices heard. At the time you needed a platform that will bring together not only the CDC, but also the ANC, the ARP, the Unity Party, the Liberty Party, the MDR, so forth and so on. When the men walk away, the ladies step up and rescued your platforms. Today, you are in no position to question your heroes for giving you a platform that you now enjoy. Had they walked away, you would not be in the position to criticize them today. You can criticize them, but let your criticism be respectful. If you don't respect them for anything, respect them for the preservation of this platform. Had it not been for God first and them second, you will not be talking today. Not here and probably nowhere else. With that said, I apologize for some of the comments you all got today, but I know you're very tough, and because you've shown tenacity and toughness, we are able to sit here and open our vocal cavities, spewing out words that sometimes is hard to take back. You have earned your respect, and that respect will continue to remain as long as this platform exists. Having said that, I want to say to the Liberian people, if Liberians today are calling for a rescue, they are not calling for a rescue because someone is having a party, or else the Liberian people will join in that party and celebrate rather than call for a rescue. I don't think it's time for me to blow the trumpet of the Ambassador JMB. I think it's more so that I tell you why the people have decided on JMB and his running mate to be picked tomorrow. In 2017, when the likes of Salimatu and others supported JMB and I supported George Weah, whatever the case be, we embarked upon the process to effectuate change on both sides of the same aisle. And George Weah won. The Liberian people did not anticipate in any way, shape, or form that somehow corruption would have manifested itself to its zenith. Now, let me speak for the ordinary person to understand. When you look at $30 million dish out for stimulus package and few bags of rice distributed, when you consider that you want to eat rice and someone tells you, I will spend $11 million so your rice can be $13 a bag. And then the rice comes back and it's sold to you for $20. How do you feel? When you look at people making $500 as a salary and you cut it down to $90, and those making $150 to $200, the bare minimum wage, you cut them down to $45. Only to increase your salaries as a speaker, increase your budget as a vice president, and spend millions of dollars to watch football game. It is the most painful thing that a citizen has to endure. My friends, if you want to cut my salary, cut it for my country, don't cut it for the people that cut it in the first place. We must understand that harmonization hurt the people. Their 3-day free calls were taken. They met gas at $3.50 when they elected you. Now it's $5.20. They bought their bag of rice for $13. Now it's $22 a bag. They had 3-day free call. You took it away from them and you reduced their salaries to $45. Now the children's school fees cannot be paid and the salaries they work for cannot even be given to them, even though it is as little. Yet the president has the audacity to admit before the representatives of the people that I am sorry for 5 years. I did not know I was paying them below the minimum wage. Since then, it has gotten worse. But the people did not elect him to kill their children. And the best country in the world, with the most sophisticated intelligence, backed by the Mossads from Israel, the MI5 and MI6 from England, can confirm that this government has been involved with extrajudicial killings. If it is not Marvin Early, the EPS man, that has been executed from point blank range, then we look at the auditors. My friends, Gifty Lama could have been your sister. Abba Peters could have been your brother. Bate Niswa could have been your uncle. The most gruesome death, Matthew Innes, beaten by water and sewer pipes, as alleged, could have been your child's father. How about the 3 missing boys? How would you like your children getting missing? My friends, you take our country that belongs to us with minds like Dr. Francine, with minds like Napoleon Johnson, Dr. E. Remy Gray, UJ Fadiga, but you rather take our biometric passports and give it to a Ghanaian to do. You rather take the food in our kitchen in our airport and give it to a Nigerian. The security of our airport is given to Ghanaians. The Freeport tracking system to Sierra Leoneans. It is our country, not their country. We're capable of working. Give us back our country. My friends, to bring drugs into the country in the tune of billions of dollars, whose future are you destroying? Rape is on the increase. Sodomization has found its way. Crime in broad daylight is committed. I don't want to continue like it's a speech, but the Liberian people once said, you care my ma, you care my pa, I will vote for you. It was a protest vote. They came back and said, you know Bog, you don't know Bog. I will vote for you. They were angry. Today, they see their country going somewhere. They call upon an old man to rescue the country. The old man called upon everybody to join the rescue. There were people who started 12 years ago. I submit on this note. There were some of us who joined just 2 months ago. It does not matter the time. The mission is not to select a vice president or put together a cabinet. The mission is to rescue the country. I call on every citizen to join this army of political revolutionaries to enter the gates of the dungeon of poverty and rescue Mama Liberia from the hands of Ali Baba and the 40 thieves. I respectfully submit.
Folks, there you have it. Any question, any comment? I'm done. I said thank you, Leo Napoleon Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fagon. Thank you. But let's play this video very quick that just coming in. If you want to leave, I just got to do this because we promise that something is happening. you're going to be seeing a lot of this tomorrow. Again, I want to say to everyone, though, Salamatu is important. Let's say this. Salamatu, let's say this, right? Spoon Network CEO, Madam Titi Kana, want us to announce every political party, everybody that in this journey, if you want for us to promote your program, your party, you as a person running, reach out to the Spoon Network, Congo Town headquarters. The CEO, the business manager saying to you, bring your videos, bring your picture. We will send our guys out to you and do business with them. UP pay for their programs. We will run the programs. On the 13th come, when ANC call Spoon, we will be there. When Musa Benedict that owe him our Spoon money and he pay, we'll go to Liberty Party.
And how much
don't tell Musa that one. But I want to say to everybody, thank you very much.
But thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salamatu. Say bye to Fagona.
Oh yeah, I'm saying but thank you, yeah, Minister Fagon.
No. It's all be thank you, yeah, sweetheart.
Oh, that the poor Macampa one you see
James Jack come from sleeping in the back. Look at his sleeping face.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night, Salamatu.
You to play the other video while I'm playing the play. You play. You can't sit down.
Which video? Which one?
Which video?
Oh, broad daylight video. Yeah. I send it in discussion.
Which video?
On the Cornelia. I read that in discussion.
Yeah, you're supposed to get it, James. I sent it to you.
All the video.
Broad daylight. That small video over there.
No, James, I sent it to you.
Oh, we played that video, Emerson.
You play it,
no, James. Pull it up, James. You play
which video? I'm not seeing it.
It's there. It's there. It's in the group chat.
Please send it again.
You see James page in a bad again.
To work for CDC for nothing.
In a bad again.
I'm not seeing it.
Who says?
Now my cousin Delon.
Oh, now when they don't take the other picture that yesterday?
Now yesterday picture Delon took, you were saying that the paper put him on his back.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he's seen buying in front of the paper.
Hey man.
The other one that last week said James.
That one you run away for. Come on, that one in show face. That one checker.
That other one, where you see him leading that?
Yeah.
The said, stand up. He said, no, I'm not fair to stand. I'm your equal. I will squat.
But that is good though. Dillon is a good guy. Dillon is. You said that yesterday, but man, how are you lying to me? Oh, they don't take the picture yesterday.
I said that looking like yesterday. I didn't say that yesterday. I said look like yesterday.
Now, ever sent pictures here.
You see, I know Jay. I know Jay when I'm my business.
You were sleeping when they told the picture.
I know Jay when I'm my business. You know, I can't say that ever sent picture.
Polish man.
Yeah, leave my son up.
Wow. Listen, this thing tomorrow, I don't know when you're waking up. I got to go to bed because it will be crazy tomorrow. I'm telling you.
I'm going to bed, but I'm sleeping with 1 eye open.
James, thank you very much, James. Damo Snagger, thank you a lot. Yeah, we say thanks to everyone. Y'all have a good night. Thanks.
Damo. Okay, folks. DI. All right, folks, this is how we love to go home. We ask that you follow Spoon TV tomorrow, beginning 8 a.m. up to wee hour, at which time the event will end. And we will bring you full coverage of what's going to be happening tomorrow. I mean, full coverage. We're going to bring you from all angles. So join us tomorrow,
if you are not in Liberia and you want to know about what's happening from the headquarters of the Unity Party. Until then, I'm James Goodell Flomo, and tomorrow we will be live at UP's headquarters. Bye-bye.